Okay, folks, this is your 2-minute warning. If you're with us, go ahead and grab a seat, and we're going to let GovTV know that we're about ready to get started. You picked a fun meeting to get started in. Yeah, are you guys ready?
I don't know.
Mandy's giving me the wait a minute. Hi. I know, but that's not going to happen for long. Watch. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the 32nd meeting of the 25th City Council. We'll call this meeting to order. All of our councilors are or will be present with us before we get to our action items this meeting. Councilor, be forewarned, you have a new microphone, as we've been complaining about. These work really well, which means if you don't turn this off, they can hear what you're whispering and talking to each other about. And that goes out on TV, so fair warning. I tried that earlier. It didn't work out well. All right, folks, what we're going to do this evening, Vice President Grout's going to take us through some of the first parts of the agenda, and then we're going to shuffle things around. We know we've got a lot of different things on the agenda this evening. We have over 100 public commenters tonight that we're going to have to get through before we get to some of these action items. So we're going to make some adjustments to our rules to allow everybody to participate and not have us here till 3 a.m. because this council has a habit of not doing that as often as we used to. So hang on with us. We'll outline how that's going to work here in a little bit. But first, Madam Vice President, we have some other things to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Mr. President. At this time, we're going to do a moment of silence. So if you'll stand with me, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilor Bassan will lead us in the Pledge Spanish. Please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person on live stream through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the council website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening, if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or other outbursts during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. Okay, at this time we have proclamations and presentations. Councilor Bassan.
Madam Vice Chair, tonight I have requested a presentation from William Bowen with the Albuquerque COC Program Manager on understanding the 2023 point-in-time count. And I would really like for Mr. Bowen, I think he's going to be on Zoom, in order to give us this presentation. So it's I don't know if the councilors, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but it's a point-in-time count is something that happens every so often to count those who are unhoused and living on our streets here in Albuquerque, and there's a certain process in order to do that so that we can make sure that we get an accurate representation of how many people we have that need help, and also so that we can get some federal funding. Is Mr. Bowen available? Okay, so Mr. Bowen,
Yes.
thank you for joining us.
I have a slideshow that I'm going to try to share right now. Can everyone see that?
We can see it.
Thank you. All right, so hello, my name is William Bowen. I'm program officer with the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, and I'm here today to give you how to interpret the numbers that are generated by the point in time count that we generate every year. A little bit of background on what the coalition does. We're contracted by the city of Albuquerque to operate what's called the contingent area. The major responsibilities this involves are operating the homeless management HMIS, operating a coordinated entry system, implementing a housing and service system, and conducting the buy. So to start off, we want to just define a couple of things. HUD areas of homelessness that it defines. The first is literal homelessness, which is persons who sleep on the streets in emergency or other places not meant for human habitation, as well as staying in hotels paid for by an agency. Risk of homelessness. 3 is homeless under other federal statutes, and 4 is fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence. Is the PIT count. The count has 2 main components, the unsheltered and sheltered. Count focuses on the population of people experiencing category 1 literal homelessness, and large-scale volunteer effort, which involves identifying survey areas and coordinating volunteers to unsheltered individuals. The sheltered count, meanwhile, is conducted by running reports in the aforementioned HMIS. HMIS is a HUD-required database that contains client data for persons experiencing homelessness in the system, but many do not. Lack of participation in HMIS makes providing accurate data on homelessness. And in tandem with the PIT count, we also conduct a housing inventory count, which is meant units and beds in Albuquerque. For agencies that don't participate in HMIS, we conduct the counts by having them fill out spreadsheets manually. Of course, the main reason is that it's mandated by HUD, although it's only required every other year. The decision to conduct the count every year. The purpose of the count is to help determine the scale of homelessness decisions and to track progress towards ending homelessness. However, we found that are unreliable. The PIT numbers are often cited as the official number of persons experiencing homelessness, and the count is not the only data point we have that's consistently collected or that can be used to track. Inherently flawed, the demographic and narrative data we collect still helps us identify trends like racial disparities in homelessness and information on the shelter system. I'm hearing that should I hold? I'm not sure if my internet connection is stable enough to continue.
It appears that there's your connection is a little bit unstable at this time, but we
Okay. Well, I believe we have someone in person who might be able to take over if I'm having internet issues.
and I have your presentation. I can share the screen myself. That's no problem.
Okay. Well, all right, then I can continue then. Okay. I'll go. Should I go ahead and continue, or should we have someone take over?
Let's go ahead and continue, sir.
Okay. All right. So, for example, here's the data on racial disparities that we collected this year. You can clearly see that communities of color, such as our Indigenous or American Indian / Alaskan Native, African American, and Native Hawaiian populations are greatly overrepresented when compared to their census numbers. And this holds true across emergency shelter, transitional housing, and unsheltered, which are all the groups that are included in the PIT count. So, as we've mentioned, there's a number of issues with the PIT count and its reliability. The first is that the count relies on volunteers, which means the workforce in a given year is variable. The weather also drastically affects the count. For example, in 2022, Albuquerque experienced snowstorms during the week of the PIT, which not only led many people to seek shelter who typically sleep outside, but also dramatically reduced the availability of volunteers. The surveying approach itself also limits our ability to get an accurate count, as it's entirely voluntary and we can't submit numbers to HUD that aren't tied to a completed survey. The aforementioned lack of HMIS participation is an issue with the sheltered PIT count as well, and the decommissioning of encampments is a challenge as well. This year, for example, the coalition undertook a variety of efforts to stop decommissioning during the week of the count, but we were ultimately unsuccessful. Many teams went to areas that had previously been identified as densely populated, found that they'd been cleared, and several arrived in areas that were actively being decommissioned. Understandably, people don't want to complete a survey when everything they own is being thrown away. So here we can go over some of the data. You can see the jump in the overall PIT numbers from 2022 to 23, including all of those who are unsheltered in emergency shelters and in transitional housing. However, the jump we see in the previous graph is mostly driven by this jump in the unsheltered count. It looks like a huge jump in homelessness, and it's been reported as such. And while we believe that the number of people who are homeless is growing, the degree of the change that you're seeing is actually correlated to an increase in volunteer participation and coordination. So here you can see the increase in total volunteers and volunteers who completed more than 2 surveys. The overall number of surveyors roughly triples, and the number of higher volume surveyors more than doubles. It's our opinion at the coalition that while that number of people who are on the streets is increasing, the scale of the increase is mostly driven by this, as well as an overhaul in our methodology for conducting the PIT count. And finally, we all agree that it's still a fairly sizable undercount. So let's talk about bed numbers. The LFC report that came out recently, that's been pretty heavily covered, indicated that New Mexico had enough emergency shelter beds to accommodate everyone who was unsheltered on the night of the count. But this not only assumes the PIT count is accurate, which we know it's not, but it also lumps together all of the beds across the state. So in Albuquerque, our number of beds was only 1,779, while the PIT count, including all of those unsheltered in emergency shelters and in transitional housing, was 2,394, as well as 727 refusals, which is a measure that we tracked for the first time this year of people who indicated that they were unsheltered but did not want to complete a survey. And of course, this significantly overshoots the bed capacity that we have. Furthermore, we estimate that because of all the issues with the PIT count, the true number of people in Albuquerque experiencing homelessness is probably around 5,000. So another issue is that the PIT count focuses only on one subcategory of that type 1 homelessness that we identified earlier. It does not capture those who are experiencing what's called invisible homelessness. This includes people who are currently couch surfing, precariously housed, or self-paying for hotels. They don't qualify as literally homeless by HUD's Category 1 definition, but they lack adequate housing. These living situations are common for human trafficking victims, families with children, those fleeing domestic violence, as well as other vulnerable persons who are in danger if they sleep on the streets, like youth and seniors. So the number of persons experiencing homelessness is dependent upon the definition of homelessness we use, and it can affect the number in either direction. So while we've established that Albuquerque's emergency shelter capacity can't meet the presumptive demand for beds, we also need to consider the quality of the beds that are being offered. PIT survey asks why unsheltered people don't use the shelter system, and it's easy to understand why some would prefer to sleep outdoors after collecting the data. Our most common responses are the following. Violence, this is a fear of violence or a past experience of violence in the shelter. Someone who's been assaulted, sexually assaulted, or harassed in the shelter. A sanitation concerns, it's general dirtiness. Many people mentioned bed bugs, disease, and overcrowding. Criminal activity of various types, especially those who have been robbed there or fear being robbed there. There's an accessibility issue. The city's largest shelters too far away or hard to get to, and many shelters don't accommodate those who can't complete their activities of daily living, such as feeding, bathing, clothing, and using the restroom. And some with disabilities are turned away even if they can complete these activities. There's an institutionalization. Shelters create an environment similar to prison or jail in the eyes of several who were surveyed, and the West Side shelter is actually a defunct jail that has not had many renovations. And in general, they're not trauma informed. Many report that staff are rude or abusive and cite the environment as very overwhelming or anxiety inducing. So not only is there a need to increase affordable housing stock, but there's a need to improve the quality of emergency shelter options. There are a variety of approaches one can take, including more non-congregate shelter settings like the Wellness Hotel and making existing shelters more trauma-informed. We also recommend third-party inspections like those offered by the Commission on Accreditation of Rehabilitation Facilities, or CARF, which would give shelters an extra layer of oversight. So to summarize, the pit count's an extremely imperfect tool, but what we can glean from it can inform policy. Ultimately, though, I would wrap up with this quote from an expert in Oregon about their pit count. Essentially, the pit count's not an accurate measure toward progress and does not directly point to a solution to someone's homelessness situation. But what we know is a fact without conducting the count is that ultimately affordable and appropriate housing is the solution to homelessness. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions for him?
Uh,
Mr. Bassan?
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, thank you. So do we know, and so I know there's a couple other people here that can answer questions too. Mr. Bowen, I don't know if you want to be the one to answer questions or if, I know that, I think Ilsa's here as well and she was participating in this. Do we know what the weather was this year when the pit count was done? If you're here, sir, can you introduce yourself and go ahead?
Yeah, it was great. It was great weather this year. Yeah.
And can you introduce yourself for the counselors so they know?
Oh, hi, my name is Tony Watkins. I'm the Program Director for Homeless Assistance with the New Mexico Coalition and Homelessness.
Okay, thank you. And so the weather was fine this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The reason, counselors, the reason why I asked for this is because it came to my attention that there was a decommissioning of encampments several days before the pit count was to happen. And that's a concern for all of us because we get federal funding and it was a notification. So when was the last decommission? When did that happen this year before the pit counts?
So we had teams going out and they actually witnessed the decommissioning of encampments as they were trying to do the count. So it was happening simultaneously while we were trying to do the count. And that's the first week of February. That whole week we go out.
So, Mr. Real, do you know, or does somebody know why we would be decommissioning encampments while a pit count is going on in the city of Albuquerque with notification and planning?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, I don't have the information right at my disposal at this point. I know that both Family and Community Services and Solid Waste were working together on a particular site, which was the First and Indian School site that had created some real health issues, and they were restructuring that particular area. And that may be an area where some of the numbers were being, or some of the surveys were being performed, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Whelan, Director, do you have more information for us?
Council President, Councilor Bassan. So prior to the pit count, what was requested was 30 days of no moving encampments, which that's a long time. We've only done one decommissioning, which was on First and Indian School Road, which happened way after the pit count. What we did is we gave 10 days but we had to continue to clean some of these areas, which means you have to do a litter sweep. You can't go 14 days, 7 days without cleaning some of these areas because it becomes a hazard not only to the people that are there, but a hazard to the general public that uses sidewalks and those things, and those type of areas. So what we did, and we worked with Family and Community Services, we said we can give them 10 to 12 days where we will not clear an encampment. However, they were made fully aware that if it was an immediate hazard, we had to address it. We couldn't let an immediate hazard be there for 12 days. So what we addressed during those 12 days were immediate hazards. And that being said, that means the pit count may be a little bit high, because when we addressed those immediate hazards, those people probably went to another area that wasn't an immediate hazard that had already been counted. So I'm not saying the numbers are wrong, I'm not saying they're right. All I'm saying is what Solid Waste did with Family and Community Services, and those were two things. We addressed immediate hazards, which we told them to begin with, and we had to do litter sweeps, which we have to do. If you don't do a litter sweep, it can get very ugly, not just for the people there, but for the general public that uses those areas.
Thank you, Director and Madam Vice President. So, and for the sake of everybody, and I know we have a lot of important business tonight, but I would really like to circle back, and I would ask our staff, Ms. Stiles and Ms. Emilio, if we can schedule some time with the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness and with the directors so that we can figure out, I mean, my concern is if the numbers are skewed because we're trying to make them look one way or another, or if it's because we have to keep people safe and clean and not have a hazard. So what you're saying makes sense. What I've heard from the other side makes sense. I would like to get more information just so that we can make sure that in 2 years, whoever's doing the pit counts, we can make sure to streamline the process even more with more cohesion together. So moving forward, I hope that we'll work on scheduling that, please.
And Council President and Councilor Bassan, we are all for that because we want to have an accurate count as well, because that's important to the administration as far as how we use resources. So we're all for that. We're willing to work with anybody who wants to work with us.
I just wanted to clarify one more thing. We do like deduplicate data, so the assertion that maybe the pit count was artificially high, that would not be the case, because we deduplicate the data. And just want to reinforce William's point that we know it's actually lower than what the reality is out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, and I definitely look forward to meeting with both sides of this so that, again, we can figure out how to move forward and make sure that we have more transparency and clarity for next time.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have one more question for Mr. Watkins. Sorry about that, Mr. Watkins. I know you walked all the way up to your chair. But the question that I had is, how are you making sure that you don't duplicate the same person over and over again? Do you get personal information to document that you've actually talked to that person? And that way you don't, if you see that individual again, you don't recount them? How do you deal with that so you don't count the same person 2, 3, or 4 times?
We get their first initial of their first name, the first initial of their middle name, and the first initial of their last name, and the year they were born, and the month they were born.
What's to stop somebody from changing that information with them knowing that you're collecting that information? How do you make sure that you don't recount the same person? Because that's very vague information.
We think it's specific enough that it'd be very unlikely to have 2 people with the same first letter of their first name, middle name, and last name, and born on the same month, on the same year. So if we come across that, then we throw one of them out because it'd be double. And we ask people, have you been counted already or not? Have you been surveyed?
Because we know as police officers, people always try to conceal their identity, try to sometimes get counted more than once in this case, and people know exactly what you're doing. So I just think you need to find a little bit better, more accurate way to make sure that we're not double counting, or that these people aren't pulling the wool over our eyes when we're doing this kind of thing, because it's very obvious that people out there are unstable. They probably have a addiction and or a mental issue. So I think that something a little bit more precise would help you make sure that you give us a more accurate number.
You know what's great about the pick count is that it actually humanizes the people, because you actually meet them, you talk to them, you get to know them. And we find that many of them are like, just like you and me. They just, had some tough knocks. So I don't think they're deliberately trying to fool us.
I definitely hope not, but I know that, being out there frequently as a police officer, it was a constant struggle for us to try to determine whether the individual was being honest with their identity. So hopefully it's not the same there. But I just wanted to make some suggestions to see if there's any way that you could be a little more precise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Counselor Peña.
Missing on, there you go. Hi, Tony, how are you?
Good.
So, just for clarification purposes, because I was listening to the presentation, but maybe I didn't capture it right. Approximate real number is 5,000. Is that in every single category, a total of 5,000? Does that include category 1, 2, 3, and 4 that you have on the presentation? I didn't capture that.
Yeah, it's, that would be like, I think the low end of it, because if you do count the other categories, for example, the McKinney-Vento data from the school district cites 3,000 students and about 1,500 families that meet their definition, which includes couch surfing. So if you add that to the pit count, that's already over 5,000. There was a youth homeless needs assessment conducted in 2022 in Bernalillo County, and that estimated between 1,500 and 2,500 youth that are homeless. So if you kind of add those can all roughly be added up, so that would be closer to the order of like 7,000, roughly. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
No.
Okay.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, actually, so I was wondering, on this count that you have, this pit count, does it include the literally homeless, imminent risk of homelessness, homeless under?
Oh, I see. It's the pit count's predominantly the literally homeless and those fleeing domestic violence. So the other category, yeah, so that just captures the literally homeless.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted clarification. So, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, so do you track also folks who not only homeless, but maybe suffering from behavioral health issues, addiction, or dual diagnosis? Or you don't ask that question at all?
We do ask that question. We ask if they are suffering from a disability, and we do track that as well. And the federal definition for chronically homeless includes that, which is why we ask it.
Okay, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. So do you have that data? Can you share that with us? Because I find that most interesting, right? Because sometimes when we're talking about, I do support, obviously housing for people who are suffering from homelessness, but sometimes, some folks that are suffering from addiction issues, it's hard for them to transition to housing. So it would be great to have that kind of cohort of information so that we can provide those additional services to those folks.
We do have that, and we're going to be publishing that on our website soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If you can share that with me whenever you do, or
Absolutely.
with the council, that would be amazing. So thank you.
You
Take
bet.
care.
You bet.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for him? Thank you, Mr. Watkins.
You bet.
Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Today, we'll have a presentation from Mr. Jason Grant, Director of Advocacy for the International City County Management Association. He's here to present on the council manager form of government. We have a packet of the presentation in front of all the city councilors and also in your iPads. Citizens out there can actually look at the monitors and actually take note, and anyone at home, it'll be flashed in front of you. I urge each counselor to really pay close attention to what we're listening today in reference to this presentation. And if they have any questions, to please, please, please ask those questions so that we can actually make any kind of, so we can address the questions. And with that, I'd like to present Mr. Jason Grant.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I'll share the screen here. Hope you guys can see everything okay on that. Is that coming through okay?
Not quite yet, sir. Here it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, members of the council, thanks for having me. Happy to be here today, talk about the council manager form of government and also the mayor council form, understand the distinctions between the two. Again, I'm Jason Grant. I'm with the International City County Management Association. We're an international organization that focuses on local government. And as the director of advocacy, I advocate for professional management and sound government practices at the local level. When we look at forms of government across the country, you'll notice that council manager, mayor council, they're the two primary forms of government. Council manager being where the city council and the mayor sit on the council as an elected body to represent the people. And then they as a body appoint a city manager who has the skills, knowledge, and ability to run a local government operation. And that city manager serves as a CEO versus the mayor council, which you all are very well aware of. So I also broke down here, I added this to the slide because one of the questions that came up is how does this look in different populations? Do large cities tend to have mayor council, do small? And you'll notice even in large cities, small cities, those are the two forms of government that are primary forms of government. Over 1 million in population and 500,000 to 1 million, you'll see it's slightly more toward mayor council. The 250 to 500,000 population where Albuquerque sits is right in the middle, 50-50. And then almost all other cities, much more toward the council manager. And then as you get smaller again, it moves to mayor council. And a lot of that makes sense because of the smaller communities needing to have a professional manager. There's less complexities. A lot of times they can be run easy enough without the manager. So that's sort of how those break down by population. This slide here, I want to make sure we understand, because a lot of times there's sort of this misnomer that the manager's the CEO, the mayor's the CEO, they're the exact same thing, but they just happen to have one be elected and one appointed. It's really not the case. The forms of government are distinct. And so the role of a manager as CEO is very different than the role of the mayor as a CEO. And so a manager hires and fires all department heads based on professional qualifications. The mayor hires them as at-will positions. Good mayors hire them based on their professional capabilities, but they're not required to do so under the form of government. Under a manager for operation of government, they are going to have to achieve the council's goals and objectives, whereas a mayor does not have to achieve the council's goals and objectives. The mayor has to achieve the mayor's goals and objectives in the administration of government. Also, in terms of policy recommendations, managers will only present policy recommendation at the request of council. So often a council will ask a city manager, hey, what's your thoughts based on your experience? What might make sense for us to consider? Ultimately, the council makes decisions. The manager cannot overturn any of those, even if they go a different direction than what the manager had requested. And they also cannot solicit public influence. The manager can't go out and try to advocate and rally political support for or against a policy issue. Very different than the mayor as a CEO. The mayor will provide those recommendations whether they're requested or not. They can veto the actions of council that they disagree with, requiring a supermajority to overturn those vetoes. And they also actively seek public influence on council decisions. That's their role as a political figure. Also, the manager, they can be removed at any time. It's a simple majority vote of council. If the manager is not doing a good job, they're not doing the things that the council wants to do, then they have the ability, the council does, as a simple majority vote to fire them at any given day. The mayor, they can only be removed through an election process, regardless of their performance. So if they're not doing well, we have to wait to the next election cycle or some other type of election process to be able to get rid of the mayor. So very different in terms of how they hold that power. And the last one there, a manager can remain in office through election cycles. That ensures continuity. So often a new council comes on board. If you have a good city manager, that council wants that city manager to stay on. There's greater longevity, more stability within the government in that way. With the mayor, the priorities are going to change with each new administration. The new mayor is going to bring in their new ideas, bring in their staff, their people to administer it. And so it creates very different turnover, particularly at the top level. So very different functions. They both are a CEO, but they function very differently in the two forms of government. And these are some key questions that we often raise that to sort of think of why a community might choose one or another. It's not that one is good and one is bad. They're different. They have different goals, different outcomes, and it's the people in government who can do harm or do good regardless of the form. So I want to make sure that's really clear. So some of the questions we look at of why might one consider one or another. Should the chief executive be accountable to the people daily or once every 4 years, right? So under council manager, they're accountable daily, once every 4 years for the mayor under mayor council form. Should the department heads be hired based on qualifications, again, required under the form of government, or based on their political allegiance? Mayor council have the ability, a mayor has the power and the authority, and you'll see in some cities where they have the ability to hire those people who supported them politically. They may have experience or not, and that creates some distinctions there in terms of, again, not what good practices are. Not all mayors will hire just their political allies, right? So again, make that clear. But it's just, what does the form of government require as it moves forward? Other key consideration here: do organizations thrive on consistent, effective service or with mass turnover at the most senior level positions? And council manager, even if they fire the city manager, because city manager, they're not happy with their performance, the department heads, the new city manager, will evaluate their ability. Those department heads are hired or fired based on their performance in the job as well. Under mayor council, those top leaders in every department can leave with every new administration. Makes it difficult for staff and the frontline staff because you have a different boss every 4 years, a different vision every 4 years, a different goal every 4 years. So maintaining that professional staff, that's one of the benefits of a council manager. Your professional staff that stays on doing that frontline work has more consistency in leadership. So again, how do we look at that? And then, do we place greater value on an executive officer having the proven ability to run a city or proven ability to run a political campaign? To hire a city manager, they have to show, the council's going to interview them like any other job position and make sure that the CEO of the city, that city manager, has the ability, the background to accomplish the goals that that council wants accomplished. Whereas a mayor, again, hopefully they have those abilities, that knowledge, but they're elected based on their campaign, not based on how they've run cities in the past. So a different function of how that CEO gets appointed. So in here, just looking at why do we prefer the form of government? And I'll make clear, we have members in both forms of government. In mayor council, they're generally referred to as city administrators. Often a mayor may have a city administrator appointed to help them run the daily operations. So again, it's not that one's right, wrong, good, bad. The preferences that ICMA has toward council manager is because of the way it's designed and structured, because we're looking at what are the best outcomes for local government. The main one is that it's required by its nature to be collaborative. The mayor's accountable for the leadership, the council is accountable for implementing policies, and the city manager is accountable for operating government to achieve those goals. The mayor and council manager is part of the council. They have an equal voice to every council member. They cannot veto or overturn those decisions. And even if the mayor's in the minority on a straight, 5-4 type of vote, they still lose out. They don't get to drive their agenda forward independent of the council. They are part of the council, and that manager works for them to make sure that those are accomplished. The administration, the staff cannot work counter to council because the mayor and the council are all one body that they serve on behalf of the people. So one of the things that comes up is, well, how do we know which form of government really works? And Wallet Hub, so again, I just pulled some research here that Wallet Hub, they ranked the best run cities in America. They had a ranking of 150 cities. How they chose those, they weren't as robust to figure out how do we know whether council manager or mayor council is better. But what I did is I sorted it by population. Said, okay, what about these large cities like Albuquerque? How do they fare in the ranking when we take these smaller cities out of the equation? And when you do that and you sort it by population, then it starts to make sense. Here you see there were 21 council manager cities and 28 mayor council cities that they ranked total. And of those, the top 4 are council manager cities. The number 1 mayor council cities, congratulations, is Albuquerque, right? So again, they are the #1 rated mayor council city by Wallet Hub's best run cities. And so you'll notice 70% of the 10 best run cities are council manager cities by their ranking. And they looked at these categories here when they did that ranking, right? They looked at what is the education like, what's the economy, what's the health, how is public safety, and they looked at infrastructure and pollution control. Council manager fared better. Of the council manager cities, 29% of them are in the top 10 of those that they ranked. 67% of the ones they ranked are in the top 25 for education. When it comes to the economy, 38% of the council manager cities ranked are in the top 10 and 71% the top 25, compared to 7% for mayor council and 36% of the mayor council in the top 25. Same with health, and then same with safety. You'll notice the performance of council manager cities tend to perform better in those categories. Where mayor council really does a lot better is infrastructure and pollution control. You'll notice council manager cities at 10% of the ones they ranked are in the top 10, and 25% of the mayor council are in the top 10. And in the top 25, 38%, 57%. And I did put in parentheses the whole number so you can see the total count that's there, so it wasn't lost in the percentages there. So when you look at that, this sort of makes sense in that politically building roads, building capital infrastructure projects, managing a lot of these larger cities, have pollution control is a concern in a lot of the larger cities. So these are politically makes a lot of sense to want to move these projects forward for a mayor. And these usually can get done within a 4-year time frame. Education, the economy, health, and public safety spans administrations. You can't get that all done in a 4-year time frame. So again, it makes sense that you might have higher performance here versus the mayor council for infrastructure and pollution control. So these are some of the considerations I think are important. And I want to make sure I'm respectful of your time. I heard at the start that you all have a whole lot of public comment. So I'll pause there. If it makes sense, if you want me to walk through some more of these, if you want to address questions, what's the best use of your time at this point?
Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. We do have the packet, so counselors, if you'd like, you can read through that on your own time. And if you have any questions now for Jason, we can ask him if you'd like. Okay, I just have a couple of questions about how many local governments are part of the ICMA association?
We are by members, not by local government counts.
Okay.
So it is each individual would. We have about 13,000 members.
And of those members, how many are council mayor system and how many are council manager?
I'll look at our percentage of which is there. We have them in both though. And there's also commission form, and there's a lot of other forms of local government that we didn't get into that they also operate under, but I can get you those counts for what percentage of members are in each form of government.
Very good, thank you. And then one other question, how many cities are considering changing their system of government?
I generally work on about between 5 to 10 every year. And when I say work on that, usually like here, people will call and say, hey, we're wanting information, we're considering changing.
Mm-hmm.
So we work with anywhere from 5 to 10 per year. And again, there's other cities that are under consideration that we may not even know about, where some it requires charter changes, some of them it is, they're able to do it simply by resolution. So the council may have discussions and by resolution make a change. So it's very different, but that's usually what we work on.
Well, thank you very much. Well, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just had a quick question in reference to accountability, transparency, and how that works in reference to corruption as well.
Yeah, so if you look at accountability and transparency, and you'll notice in the packet, that's one of the things that is in every form of government campaign that I've worked on over the past 3 years, those issues come up. The question of how do we maintain accountability to the people, to the voters, who are we accountable to, right? Under mayor council, the mayor is accountable ultimately to the 51% of the voters, right? The majority of voters to get elected. That is where the accountability comes into play. People come to the voting box, that's where they're able to end up holding accountable. In the council manager form, that accountability is generally to people receiving the services. As you all know, in the city council, if the services aren't being delivered well, the programs aren't being operated well, you're going to hear about it, right? And you're going to raise those questions with staff. So under council manager, the council is able to hold accountable the staff because they're going to go to the manager and say, why do we have these people coming? This isn't operating well. What's going on? Under mayor council, council can go to the mayor and make those recommendations or bring those forward, but it's really the mayor to determine whether that's in the best interest. Ultimately, it's the politicization that sometimes creates challenges. That also goes into your question of corruption, and one of the research that's in there from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Tim Nelson et al., they had noted that in their research, mayor council is 57% more likely to have corruption convictions than council manager, right? And it's not to say mayor councils are just corrupt. And again, I want to be clear on that. But the opportunities are there because mayors have the ability to hire all the department heads, all of them report to the mayor. So this issue of corruption, how do we minimize corruption? It can happen in either form, but how does that happen in those and how do we minimize it? So those are issues that when you look at it, council manager, it would require a majority of council to go along with any kind of direction of staff, whether that's advancing permits or any kinds of other issues like that. So it's harder under that form, but again, it's possible in any form.
Mr. Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. Grant, I had one more question. Can you go over the value of having the mayor council form of, or the city council, the manager council form of government, please? The value?
Yeah.
To the citizens.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part there.
I was just asking for the value to the citizens in reference to this form of government that we're proposing.
Yeah, and again, a lot of this comes down to, in a community, what are the values of the community and how do they hold their government accountable to deliver the types of programs and services that are promised for the quality of life of the people. And so under council manager form, the key difference, that separation of powers that's under the mayor council no longer exists in council manager. The council and the mayor are one body. They have power both over the administration and of the legislative functions. They delegate authority to a manager, but they maintain the power over that because the manager isn't delivering as promised. They're able then to fire that manager if they're not doing the job. The citizens are able to come to their elected representatives and say, hey, government's not working the way it needs to be working in the delivery of the programs and services, and then the council can take action. So that's one of the values to the people. The other thing is the long-term planning and strategy. A mayor's every 4 years, maybe if they have a second election, 8 years, but those terms makes it very difficult to do long-range strategic planning. The council can adopt a 20 or 30-year plan. They can have a 5-year plan that the budget shows how it fills that, but none of that is required because of the separation of power under mayor council. A mayor may choose to follow that long-term plan or not. A city manager is there to follow that strategic plan that the council with the mayor adopts. And everything should be geared toward that. There's more interaction with the public. The goal of a manager is to get that public feedback so that the council can make those informed decisions. And ultimately, all those decisions rest with the council, which are the elected representatives of the people. So the people have elected representatives as a body for every action of government, both in the administration and in the policy-making aspects of government. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant, for coming this evening. I know you're in back east, so I appreciate your time very much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep. And again, if anyone has questions, feel free to email, reach out. I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move to administration question and answer period. Counselors, any questions for the admin? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the admin on R-128, which was passed by this council last meeting. It was my understanding that the administration told the community that they shared my concerns that this body and this city should not be interfering with a community's right to file a petition at the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board. They were told that that would be vetoed. It was not vetoed, kind of sort of was, because it came in late, so it didn't matter. And I'm just curious what happened there, if somebody can give an explanation of what transpired.
Mr. President and Councilor Feeble-Corn, I'll have Mr. Griego give you a presentation of what happened.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councilor. So I have the veto language here, and just to be direct about it, it was an administrative error. The mayor vetoed it and signed a veto message on May 18th, which was in the 10-day period. The administrative processes, we take those down to council. No excuses, but for a number of reasons, that last step didn't happen. But I just wanted to assure you that the mayor, in fact, his intent was to veto legislation. He did not support the legislation. I just want to read the veto message just so everybody knows what he did say and why he vetoed it. R-128 is a misguided and procedurally inappropriate intrusion into the rulemaking process of the Joint City-County Air Quality Control Board. A proposed cumulative impacts rule should be driven by community members most affected by air quality and not the Albuquerque City Council or mayor for that matter, and should be allowed public hearings, comments, and the opportunity for revisions provided for in the rulemaking process. For that reason, I'm exercising my veto authority over R-128 and urge the council to respect the independence of the Air Quality Control Board in rulemaking decisions. And again, we apologize for missing that by a couple of days, and we take full responsibility. And the person who does that is on my team, so ultimately the buck will stop with me in terms of not getting it over to you all. So our apologies for that, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So I appreciate the follow-up here. I do think it's a serious problem when we promise the community something and we do not give it to them. If we're going to tell community members that we're going to do something, it feels very suspicious to the community when we don't follow through. And I do believe that this was a mistake, but it is really hard for the community, after all that's gone on with this particular situation, to trust that. And so I just want to make sure that we take all the steps we have to take to not have those kind of promises broken again on this issue or, quite frankly, any other issues. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Councilor Lewis.
Madam Chair, and I don't think this is a misconception, because I think first I was going to say this is a misperception of the bill, but it's not, because that bill was extremely clear, and it wasn't in any way an interference of the independence of the Air Quality Board. In fact, really was honoring that independence and encouraging more community support. So, I mean, I'd almost say, hey, some of these things could be misunderstood, but I absolutely don't understand how this could be misunderstood in any way. And the majority of this council agreed with a statement where there was some concerns about a process that was going through on the Air Quality Board and a specific issue. And this council made a specific statement to say, hey, we want to make sure that the Air Quality Board follows a process that would really honor, that board and honor the community members and the stakeholders involved in that. And so, certainly absolutely disagree with the statement, by the administration about it. And, I'm glad that that statement by this council will stand.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to state for the record, I actually was on Zoom that evening, and I don't think my vote changes the outcome, but I just wanted to state for the record, we were late into the night. I think it was the final item, and we did the vote count. My vote didn't get counted. It was real interesting, because when Mandy asked me if it was yes or no, I had said no, but I guess she didn't hear it, and then she went on to say it was 7-1, and so right away I was like, I didn't get, but then as soon as that vote count was ended, they said the meeting adjourned, and Counselor Davis they were done, so it was over. I text our prior director immediately afterwards, but he said that it would stand because the meeting was adjourned. So just for the record, I just wanted to state that.
Thank you. Anything else, counselors? I have just a couple of comments to make. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Grego. We're good on that. I'd like to acknowledge the community centers in our area. I don't think that enough people realize everything our community centers do and have to offer. Kids are starting the summer school programs now, and it's good to know that they are in a healthy, safe space where they can continue to learn and have fun over the summer. I especially want to call out our staff at the Singing Arrow Community Center and their wonderful manager, Natasha Baca. This group, along with Daisha Vanderslice, she's the manager of the Jean Bellama Community Center, Dominic Saavedra, he is the recreation supervisor at Jean Bellama Community Center, and Cassandra Vigil, she's the area cluster supervisor. And Kristen Chavez Smith, she is the community center's division manager. Director, you have a wonderful staff. They worked together and they pulled together the Singing Arrow Multicultural Arts Festival on May 6th. Their energy and creativity were amazing, and the event wouldn't have come together without them. And I especially want to call out Natasha's creativity and her passion for teaching our children. It was her idea to have a cultural art contest for the children in the after-school programs at our centers. And this was for all of the centers. It wasn't just those centers there. She turned it into an opportunity to get the children thinking about their own family and community culture and how it shapes them. We got some incredible pieces of artwork, and all of the children wrote a paragraph explaining what their culture means to them and how they express it. One child's artwork was selected to represent our city on the official Arts Festival t-shirt, and it was beautiful. I think she was 11 or 13, I don't remember, 13, but it was very, very good. Carol, I'd like to thank you and your staff for going above and beyond to make our first Multicultural Arts Festival a success. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We're going to move on to the journal. I move approval of the May 15th journal. Okay, let's see. Counselors, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Any opposed? Okay, it passes. All right, with that, President Davis.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you to counselors, and thanks for everybody for getting through this. Let's get to a few communications introductions, and then we'll talk about our sort of amended agenda here, or updated agenda. First off, counselors, are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I have one, which is, and I'll move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 297 on tonight's agenda for action. 297 is approval of an on-site medical services with an occupational health centers of Southwest PA, that is Concentra Medical Centers. We have a second from Madam Vice President. Any discussion? All counselors being present, we can do it by hand. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand until you're counted. That's unanimous. Thank you. Counselors, I also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R140 on tonight's agenda. That matter approves and authorizes the filing of grant applications, multiple grant applications, and the acceptance of potential grant awards for multiple city departments from associated grantor agencies and appropriations there too. All those, excuse me, is there a second? Counselor Benton on that one. Counselors, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter is unanimous. Thank you. Counselor Benton, you have a matter for...
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R144 and placing it on the June 21st council agenda. R144 is approving a joint powers agreement between the City of Albuquerque and the County Commissioners of Bernalillo County, establishing the Middle Rio Grande Housing Collaborative.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the matter of R 144. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter carries. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
Second for Counselor Benton. Counselors, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the letter of introduction as amended say yes.
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 That matter carries unanimously. Thank you. Counselors, we have no reports of committees that were submitted this evening. Any deferrals or withdrawals from tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we're going to move to our consent agenda. Counselors, are there any changes to tonight's consent agenda? Counselor, Madam Vice President.
Mr. President, I pull item H, EC 296 off the consent agenda.
Thank you, Counselors. There's no vote needed, and we'll come up to that item in a minute. Madam Vice President, do you have anything else?
Yes, can I just ask about that now?
Let's do the vote, and then we'll come to that
Okay.
item if it's okay.
Okay, I move to, Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
And a second from Counselor Feeble-Corn. And for those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are here and volunteering to participate as a member of a board or commission, we do appreciate you. We're glad and appreciate your willingness to serve, and congratulations. And I appreciate a personal note, I appreciate the administration very much working with us to get some of these items ready for consent agenda this evening, because we take the month of July off for the new fiscal year, and the mayor's staff worked hard to be sure departments had their things together. So, Counselors, all those in favor of the motion to approve consent agenda without 296 say yes.
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 Any objection? Counselor Grout, you pulled EC 296.
I did. Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one question, and I guess it's for admin. How will this contract streamline the way chief's overtime is managed?
Madam President and Mr. President, Madam Councilor Grout, let me have the police department come and talk a little bit about what the new contract is and how it works.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. President, yeah, can we come back to that?
I'm sorry, yeah, we're just going to come back to that item in just a minute when our presenter's available. We're going to move on. I'm sorry, Madam, yes, ma'am, Councilor.
I don't know if under the consent you thanked people's willingness to serve. I think Ms. McGee is up there.
We did, is Lovey here?
Yes.
Oh.
Mhm.
Thank you, Lovey.
So, I'm not sure if you made that, just.
Councilor Pena, yeah, thank you, and don't forget, use your mic there, I think. Ms. McGee, Councilor Pena was just calling you out. I want her to be able to do that and say hello.
Won't turn green. There it is. No, I was asking, Mr. President, if you had made that announcement about thanking people for their willingness to serve during the consent part of the agenda. I know we're a little distracted.
We did, and I
You
think we
did,
went
I'm
through it
sorry, I
fairly
didn't hear
quickly,
it, but just wanted to thank you. I noticed you were in the audience, so thank you.
We know you and love seeing you come
Thank
back.
No problem.
Apologize.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. I hadn't seen her, and that's wonderful. Councilors, while we're waiting on our other, we're going to move on to announcements. Councilor Feeble-Corn, I believe you have an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, June 7th at 2 p.m. via Zoom video conference. There will also be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, June 14th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on the 9th floor. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you. Chairman Sanchez.
Still getting used to the mic. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, June 12th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to come back to your item, Madam Vice Chair, but in the meantime, folks, here's what we're going to do this evening. As I mentioned earlier, we have 127 people signed up for public comment. I've been here a little bit, and that's quite a number by my memory. So here's what we're going to do this evening. Our public comment rules allow for speakers to have up to 2 minutes to speak during general public comment. We're going to allow, we have the right to sort of pull that back if things get sort of out of hand, but we're going to let you speak as long as you need. But don't feel like you have to use it. It's okay to say what she said, I agree to. And points are awarded for brevity, but we want you to have a chance to participate with us. If you are signed up on a specific bill, we will get to those when we call your bill. But here's what we're gonna do this evening. We're gonna do general public comment so that the folks that are here with us can say with their piece and go home if they'd like, or stay with us. And then for all the members of the staff and directors who are here for the omnibus grant bill, we're gonna take the omnibus grant bill before our dinner break. So directors and staff who aren't involved in the IDO or any of those other items have an opportunity to go back to work. And then the council will take a dinner break this evening. We'll come back and take all of our other items after that. So if you're here to speak on one of the bills, unless it's the omnibus grant bill, we're not gonna get to you till after our dinner break, and that's gonna be at least an hour and a half of public comment and then some. So if you would love to go and patronize some of our fabulous downtown restaurants and spend some money downtown, don't feel like you have to be back anytime soon. All right, that being said, Mr. Sylvan, do you have an answer to that question for Councilor Grout on EC 296, or would the administration prefer we wait on APD? It's up to you. I think Mr. Sylvan can handle it.
Council Davis, Councilor President Davis and councilors. Yeah, I can tee that up for APD when they get back. Long and short of it is, off-duty management is going to work on dealing with chiefs overtime, and it's a independent company that's outside of APD. And what happens is the company, say a business wants to hire APD officers for overtime, they go into this system and they ask the folks what they need and what they're looking for. If the SOP is met by the business that's requesting it, then the overtime is approved. An officer goes on to an app on their phone and they look at the jobs that are available, and basically they just grab the overtime that's out there. This basically streamlines the whole process of doing chief's overtime at no cost to the city.
Thank you. That's what we need to know.
And I might add, Council President Davis, councilors, several law enforcement agencies are using this right now. Massachusetts State Police, Mesa, Arizona Police Department, Tucson Police Department, Fairfax County, Virginia Police Department, and Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. So it's a process that's not new, but we're using, it's good that the Albuquerque Police Department is looking into technology and using ways of bettering and saving time and money.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sylvan. Sounds good. I'd like, Mr. President, can I move EC, let's see, 296?
Yes, we have a motion to approve EC 296, and I'll make a second. I want to ask Mr. Sylvan a question, if I may, before we go forward. Mr. Sylvan, if you know, or for the administration, in a situation where, let's say a business has a long-term relationship with a particular officer, they know their staff, they know their processes and procedures, they always hire the same officer on overtime every Friday night for their activity, does this process allow that, or is it totally more equitable, or is it just sort of across the board, first come, first serve, or do you know? I'm just curious.
Council President Davis, councilors, no, I don't know the answer to that question. I would think that it would be first come, first serve, and I would defer to the administration for that.
If we don't know, that's fine. I just would be curious how that would work in the future.
Mr. President, it is on a first come, first serve kind of basis. I think the issue really is we're trying to ensure that we spread the work around and that it's done equitably and that we don't get sort of locked into one particular person for one particular area.
Thank you, Mr. Real and Mr. Sylvan. I think that's, I actually think that's probably a better way to do it long-term, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have anything else? The motion on the floor is to approve EC 296, and there's a second. Any questions? All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. And that matter carries unanimously. We're back on public comment. Members of the public can provide live comment to the council in person or virtually for those who have signed up for public comment per our instructions published on the agenda. There are a few ground rules. Each participant has up to 2 minutes to present. Your comments are to be addressed to the councilors only and through the council vice president, and any disruptive comment may result in your removal from this meeting. There is a 2-minute time limit, and a bell will ring to indicate when your time is up. For those of you joining us and participating by Zoom, we'll have a timer on your Zoom counter, and you'll see that, and we'll get to it when we get there. Mr. Cornelius, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, start calling our presenters, and we'll remind folks, if you're called, come on down. If you're called to follow, come on down to the on-deck circle. Those 3 little chairs in the front are right for you, so come on down to be ready, and we'll be ready for you. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Ilse Beal, followed by Janice Arnold-Jones.
Good evening, everyone. I was a volunteer team lead during this year's pit count. I worked something like 10 or 11 shifts during that time. And I was pleased to hear that William said that we might have done a really good job, and that's why the numbers were high. But it's always still a drastic undercount. And rather than counting people multiple times, there are the safeguards, but then also I found that it's a bit of a chore for people to answer our questions. So it was rather a case that people almost immediately said, no, thank you, I've already done it, rather than going through the whole rigmarole again. So my point and the reason why I'm here tonight is I feel that to conduct decommissionings, which is the CABQ newspeak for sweeps, which displaces people in tent communities and who live on the street, while we're trying to count them, is frankly asinine. And I heard what the director said, that there were certain constraints and that they didn't do any of the decommissionings within 14 days of the count unless it was imminent hazard. The imminent hazard thing has become a very easy way to say, oh no, we had to do it. But then also, I know because I interviewed people who had been swept immediately prior to the pit count, like the Sunday before we started on the Tuesday, as well as then saw some of the police officers starting to remove people while we were doing the pit count. And we have several other agencies who also noticed this type of activity and interviewed people who had been swept. So that is just stupid. Thank you.
Janice Arnold-Jones, followed by Simon Polakowski.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the City Council, my name is Janice Arnold-Jones. About 10 years ago, the Integrated Development Ordinance was adopted with express goals that included protecting all communities, especially those that had been historically underserved, and protecting the quality and character of residential neighborhoods. Somewhere in there was a goal that updates would include broad public input and thorough vetting. I assure you that my neighbors are very surprised at what the City Council is considering. No matter how you look at O2254, accessory dwelling units are not a quick fix to available low-cost housing. Yet, ADUs on a conditional basis is appropriate for some neighbors and neighborhoods. It appears to me that the current IDO updates are not ready for adoption. Further, O2254 accessory dwelling units, previously called secondary dwelling units, will likely destroy the quality and character of residential neighborhoods. You have the power to step back and make course corrections now. Please consider, 1, more notice to and input by all neighborhoods and residents. 2, a conditional use standard for all single-family R1 designated properties. And 3, a review of parking and trash collection issues in each neighborhood. Newer existing West Side developments do not have adequate parking for vehicles, much less for trash collections. I thank you for your time, and I thank each and every one of you for your service to the City of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Simon Polakowski, followed by...
Gentleman couldn't hear any, your voice goes good in the back, but I don't think this gentleman could hear it up front here. I don't know what the problem is, if he's having a hearing problem,
Thank
or
you.
if it's a sound problem.
Thanks, Simon. We'll have our staff, we'll go talk and see what we can do to work on that. We've got some assistive hearing devices that we can work with.
Is there an overhead projector anymore? Okay, thank you. I'm here, I came here on my own. I represent no one, I speak for no one but for myself. This is an article from the Journal from 2020. It's about Roy Caton. Roy Caton was a neighbor of mine when I lived on Cornell. He was also a professor I took a course from. He was brutally murdered. He was in his 90th year, and this article came out at 5 months after his terrible murder. I don't know if anything has progressed on this. It's really, really sad that, that information is not getting out to the public. And I haven't been to the police department. Just the other day, I was on Buena Vista, and somebody was found brutally murdered there. In fact, there's a shrine there now to the young man who was murdered, and then his body was burnt. And this isn't the first time I've come across somebody I've known or a stranger that has been brutally killed. I actually drove up just after a man had been doused with gasoline under the 12th Street overpass and burned to death. Because I was wondering, why is there a fire department, police department, emergency services? There's a lot of unfortunate things going on here. But I really came to talk about Roy. Roy had dedicated his life to education, to enlightening people. He was really a very decent human being. And I know council always has a day dedicated to certain citizens. And I think maybe to shine something on Roy and his life, if council would dedicate a day to Roy Caton, Dr. Roy Caton, because he had dedicated, I think, 30 some odd years to educating people. He was really, he first did research, and when he realized that research was absorbing him, he went back to educating people. Thank you.
Thank you. And Simon, would you get some of that information to our staff, and we'll see what we can do about that? Thank you. Thanks, Simon.
Do we have a Charlie Evans?
Thank you. Charlie Evans is a constituent who's 88 years old and is not able to join us because he doesn't know how to use the technology, and he's usually in bed by now. He's almost 90 years old, obviously, but he actually sent this letter and would like us. This is something we don't normally do in council, but since we have somebody that's 90 years old, I'm going to go ahead and read. Almost 90 years old. I'm going to read his letter. It says, "My name is Charlie Evans, and I'm 88 years old. God has blessed me so that I am now a retired successful business owner, including having owned and operated Navajo Lake Marina and auto parts stores. I'm also a past political chairman in San Juan County and a former Farmington City Councilor. I now live in Councilor Benton's district. I served as a councilman with the city council city manager form of government. Our mayor was involved in all aspects of business and worked closely with both council and the city manager. This form of government helped to ensure that no special interest group had more influence than the other group because councilors listened to the voters in their respective district and acted accordingly. We councilors were able to reach many more people than the mayor could or would have been able to do on his own. Most importantly, our mayor requested each meeting begin with a prayer to God Almighty, asking for guidance considering city business for that evening. I ask that Albuquerque City Council prayerfully and seriously consider passing this proposed charter amendment and allow the voting public of Albuquerque the opportunity to make the choice of what type of government will serve us best." Thank you.
Sharon Alexander, followed by Will Williams.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sharon Alexander. I'm a member of Women Taking Back Our Neighborhood. We need change in our city government. It is not working under the current mayor. Mayor Keller has been mayor for 8 years. Do you feel safer? The homicide rate has increased to 1 to 2 murders a day. Homeless is rampant. We need a change. And I would like to see the council and a city manager type government. If the city manager isn't doing his job or her, she can be fired. So thank you very much.
Will Williams, followed by Andres Valdez. Andres Valdez, followed by Larry Sontag.
Mr. President, councilors, my name is Andres Valdez. I'm director of a long-standing social justice organization, Vecinos United. I'm here in opposition of the motion 02254. Is that correct? Yes. And a couple of concerns we have over that is mostly that that there appears to be, or there's always concern of loss of ownership when you have zoning changes, and very much the IDO appears is a document that's very concerning in regard to gentrification. Regarding this this passage, a big concern is again the loss of ownership, and in reference to the notice of value people receive when they get their property taxes, there's an item on there, item 4, and it points out that with zoning changes or status of zoning changes, that it could cause a greater increase in property value or property, the cost of property, or should I say the cost of your taxes going up. Also, in terms of displacement and being concerned about what the IDO might do, line 19 does address anti-displacement matters, and line 21 addresses the historically marginalized, but it does not provide enough incentives and no solid assurances of keeping your property or not losing it. Thank you.
Larry Sontag, followed by Eric Schultz.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I'm Larry Sontag. I'm a United States Air Force veteran and also a 20-year retiree from the Albuquerque Police Department. I have been coming to this type of meeting for over 25 years, and we've talked over that 25, 30-year time period of what's good public policy, and it's important, and I want to thank all of you for your service and understand what a thankless job it is, and you can't make everybody happy, but I do thank you for your service. In the matter that's before you, talking about what type of governance should the city of Albuquerque have, certainly the presentation that I heard and that you all heard, there was a lot of good points made, and the communities that are using the manager and council type of government have success in a couple of key metrics that are very important to me and all members of this community. That includes education, economy, and public safety, with public safety maybe being the most important. And I would just encourage you, you're not being asked to make a decision about making that change, but you do have the ability to put that measure before the voters. I would encourage you to do that. On the matter of residential areas and IDO zoning changes, the things that we have had in effect that protect property rights and residential neighborhood values are there for a reason. So making permissive uses for casitas or whatever you want to call them is problematic in many areas. For many, many years that I've been coming to these meetings, neighborhood associations need to buy in order for there to be major changes in their neighborhood. And I don't believe you have that kind of buy-in yet to allow for permissive uses. Thank you for your time.
Eric Schultz, followed by Thaddeus Numisky.
Good evening. I got three quick things. This door back here needs to be opened for handicap coming in from the parking garage. Number two, I have a friend that an APD officer was dating her husband during a divorce. She went out to the house and wrote a report about how horrible a parent she was, and the judge and the GAL are taking that report as absolute gospel. No one in APD is interested in investigating or correcting this issue. And I know every one of you, if you were getting a divorce and your spouse had their APD boyfriend or girlfriend go out and write a horrible report about you, you'd be unhappy about it. It's cost this lady her kids, and her kids are being abused. And that's not right at all. And I won't go into the abuse to be polite to you guys. I've called CYFD, they called the GAL, and the GAL says, oh, it's made up. I don't believe it's made up. It needs looked into. The other issue is we have term limits for a reason. And Mayor Keller doesn't need to have a third term. We did that with Chavez and found out it was a mistake. 2 terms is enough. It's time for new people. And I think the council should have term limits as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, I know that we have some ABD present. You might want to go ahead and see if you can talk to them. I think they're a little busy, but I think they could talk to you about what your concerns are.
I did, and the civilian oversight thing's not working. We went to them and they did nothing. So that doesn't create the appearance of APD being, having integrity. You know, we had a police officer rape a young lady out on the West Mesa, and they did arrest him and they charged him with not.
Mr. Schultz, we have the administration here.
Yeah, I
The
talked
APD.
with them a minute ago. They're gonna look into it, but,
Okay.
oh, the chief needs to have a phone.
Sir,
Why didn't
we're
the chief of police answer his phone?
Sir, we're not gonna go back and forth on that. Your time is up, but the counselor had a question.
Well, I knew you
We've resolved that, so thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Thaddeus Neminsky, followed by Marcy May.
Thank you. My name is Ted Niemiecki. Well, I'm not going to be talking about housing, another agenda tonight. So now I'd like to ask you if that's only racism is when 2 black people, I'm sorry, here is such judge, black judge, brick house, secretary, and how she was manipulating. Well, why? Because my accent, and she knew my name too. Yes, I took to administration. The president told me, well, judicial said that. No, I'm sorry. This is issue, administrative issue. I told this young lady, because he was keep telling me every judge can do whatever I wanted. I said, no, every judge go by state Supreme Court rules. Well, didn't work at that. So anyway, it is a lot of problem. Sam Brakeman, what's his name? District Attorney, coward. How can you work for someone who took murders down was another prosecutor, Supreme Court, and judge. You have to look at a little bit deeper who they are.
Marcy May, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Thank you so much. My name is Marcy May, and I'm
I'm talking about the issue of homelessness, which has been a problem, not just recently, but there was even an ABC special showing how New York City was flying their homeless down here, and I even had a personal testimony from someone who talked to APD who had they knew that this homeless person was flown by airplane, given a visa, and flown specifically to Albuquerque. So the problem has not been just recent. And the other part of this is that a big part of our homeless population in Albuquerque has increased since our border has been opened. Because of our sanctuary status, it's like been, hey, let's just let anybody in. But now, instead of being able to take care of the homeless that we were already overwhelmed with, we now have people coming in from the border from all different countries. And that's wrong. One of the things I'd like to suggest is any homeless encampments need to be placed in the counselors' areas of those people who are voting for them right in your neighborhood, so that you can enjoy what the other people in the city are being subject to with dirty needles, unsafe areas, their children being threatened. The other part is with these homeless encampments and the homeless shelters, why are we not offering an opportunity for people who are using the facilities to be able to clean them themselves? Because that brings a sense of honor, brings a sense of responsibility, and it gets rid of part of the problem. I don't know why that's not being addressed. Also, Portland should not be our model to be using because they're not very effective in that. Thank you.
Andrea Calderon, followed by Peggy Neff.
Good evening, Council, President Davis, City Councilors. My name is Andrea Calderon. I'm a Senior Advisor at the Bloomberg Center for Government Excellence and a resident advisory member of the Indicators Progress Commission. However, this evening I'm here representing myself as a resident in District 8 and former resident of District 2. I'm here today to comment on the interest of the city in moving towards a council-manager form of government. Though I appreciate hearing the presentation this evening, I feel that the information presented had a bent towards a council-manager form of government. Having that said, I appreciate the mention of government accountability as something that council is interested in highlighting. I want to note that regardless if the city moves towards a council-manager form of government or remains a mayor-council form of government, there are a number of changes that the city can do now to increase accountability and government transparency. Number one, departments' responses to each bill are listed on Legislar by the bill. In numerous cities around the country, cities that all use Legislar, our current legislative platform, responses to the bills and information on how the bill intersects with the functions of the department are all posted. Fiscal analyses are often attached, and residents are given more time to digest the impacts of legislation on both the legislative and the executive branches of government. Number two, that the city's communication plan out of the mayor's communication office and the city council's office include text messaging in order to increase resident participation. Number three, standards regarding program outcomes reporting be available for resident review. Though numerous bills are posted for initiatives that include significant and ongoing appropriations, the city has not yet standardized a way to report outcomes effectively. We do not know if our taxpayer money is going effectively into programs and are actually moving the needle on community conditions. There are numerous additional ways that transparency and government accountability can be built into the system, whatever form of government is in place. Please consider implementing these changes that would increase visibility in government functions for all of us in the room that seek to actively participate as residents in our local decision-making processes. Thank you.
Peggy Neff, followed by Carl Holm on Zoom.
Good evening, councilors. For the record, community members have been asking for metrics for housing for more than 10 years. Housing Forward has nothing to do with securing affordable housing nor in helping homeless populations. It gives away great opportunity to developers and pits neighbor against neighbor. I ask you to insist that the planning department consult with the community to build housing metrics. Most importantly, we need a percentage of all new housing to be dedicated to owner-occupied housing. We need a percentage for affordable. We need plans for challenged housing. Don't place economic growth above the needs of current residents and future residents. The mayor's housing plan, I believe, is a hoax. It is a trickle-down housing without evidence of any success anywhere. At its conception, the IDO's annual update process was proposed as a system to address textual and technical amendments. At that time, the public was told that planners would talk with community members regarding citywide amendments, that they would be addressed at planning meetings across the city. This plan has not happened. This year's IDO annual update now sets further compromised precedents by including an egregious taking known as the Housing Forward Ordinance. Under your approvals over the past 3 years, the IDO amendments, a process that was supposed to be a simple administrative tool, now allows for significant changes to the Albuquerque City Zone Code without clear understanding of the beneficiaries, without clear impact statements, without clear analysis of risk, without examples, without data, without full mapping, without summaries of public comments. How can you represent? Councilor Benton, Councilor Jones, Councilor Davis, is this your legacy? Is this what you are leaving for future residents of Albuquerque and their residences? No protections, no priorities of representational duties, an administrationally sanctioned broken policy. I ask you and I urge you to vote no on Housing Forward, and I ask you again to please consider metrics for housing and defer the IDO annual amendments until policies are in place that protect residents. I stand for questions. Thank you.
Carl Holm, followed by Peter Lorenz.
Good evening. My name is Carl Holm, and I'm the Executive Director for the Greater Albuquerque Hotel and Lodging Association. And I'm speaking regarding legislation on O2254. GALA broadly supports efforts to make changes to the IDO as it streamlines the efforts for the Housing Forward initiative set forth by the Keller administration to bring more affordable housing on the marketplace. We support the conversion of hotels to creating affordable housing as it's part of the real estate cycle by taking blighted and no longer desirable hotels off the market. However, on the ADUs and on the duplexes, there may be more work and compromises needed with the neighborhood associations. We understand there's a need to find ways to positively contribute to the city's housing stock and improve affordability while encouraging some infill growth, as well as spurring economic development and growth for small businesses. However, we do urge the City Council that there's much more effort to take a common sense approach with the neighborhood associations and all stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Peter Lorenz, followed by Camila Fiebelman. Camila, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm Camila Feibelman. I'm the director of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, which represents New Mexico and West Texas, and over 6,000 members here in Albuquerque. I'm a graduate of Albuquerque High School, but also have a master's in urban planning from the University of Puerto Rico. I'm here to speak in favor of Bill 02254. There seems to be an echo. I don't know if I can be heard.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand that it's hard to change the way that we think about our communities. I grew up in the Spruce Park neighborhood and I'm a homeowner in Victory Hills. So I understand the idea of the idyllic sort of non-sprawl but urban area. And as a homeowner with young children, I understand the feeling of that idealized community. But there are 20,000 units of housing needed here in Albuquerque. And if we turn a blind eye to that, I'm not sure that I'd be the kind of parent I want to be to my kids, knowing that there are families with young children who simply can't afford a place to live. So the idea that casitas could house elderly parents of younger families, or that townhomes and duplexes could make space for families who are just getting started is pretty attractive. But at the same time, the Sierra Club is looking at this from, frankly, a climate standpoint. Urban sprawl is leading to greater emissions, difficult access to transportation, and the need to build infrastructure and provide water and electricity in underserved areas. So with that, we support the legislation and hope for housing forward. Thank you.
Rachel Biggs, followed by Trina Verbeck.
Good evening, Mr. President and City Councilors. My name is Rachel Biggs with Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless. I'm happy to be here tonight for the organization and standing in strong support of the overarching goals of the Housing Forward Zoning Amendment. These are clearly intended reforms that are needed to reduce regulatory barriers to encourage development of housing in a broad range of zone points. We see this as a step in the right direction in addressing the critical and growing shortage of housing in Albuquerque, especially affordable housing. Research has found that there are only two factors that significantly impact rates of homelessness: overall rents and vacancy rates. Where housing is scarce and high, many people experience homelessness. Where rents are lower, fewer people are homeless, even in very. What this tells us is that homelessness is a housing problem, and that Albuquerque needs to take bold action to ensure we build more housing, affordable housing. Both New Mexico and the federal government are recognizing the need to reform zoning to increase housing production. The recently signed omnibus bill created a Yes Backyard competitive grant program that incentivizes local zoning reforms as the ones proposed tonight. Albuquerque should take advantage of any and all opportunities to leverage in more state and federal funding. One clear example of the need for these zoning changes is the difference in success Houston versus the challenges California has had with homelessness. Both Houston and cities in California utilize evidence-based housing first approaches to end homelessness, but Houston has seen great gains while California has not. While California cities have spent decades throwing up obstacles to housing construction, Houston has declined to even impose a citywide zoning code. As a result, Houston has built new housing units very quickly, driven down housing costs, and low-income residents are less likely to fall into homelessness. In contrast, in San Francisco, residents become homeless at 40. Thank you for your support.
Trina Verbeck, followed by Lana Smittle.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, President Davis and councilors. I'm showing support on the Charter Amendment P23-1 and R-23-131 proposed by Councilors Grout and Sanchez. My name is Trina Verbeck and I'm the wife of Officer Mario Verbeck. And on August 19, 2021, Mario was severely injured along with 3 other officers responding to a robbery call. In the 2 years since the shooting, I have had personal opportunities to speak with Democrats and Republicans from candidates running for office along with a few city council members and concerned voters about why our city continues to struggle with the same issues of crime, homelessness, drug abuse, and lack of police officers on our streets. I watched our current mayor campaign on promises he never kept. Heck, he was so believable, I voted for him the first time. I had the opportunity to speak with the current mayor once since Mario was shot, and he wanted nothing to do with me after that. It made me try harder to understand the power our current mayor can hold over others and why things are continually getting worse for our city. Statistics do not lie and shouldn't be glossed over and ignored. When our current mayor took office, there were 92 appointees from the previous mayor. Our current mayor now has over 400. Not all of these positions are necessary, and with over 400 appointee positions, our city's foundation is crumbling like it never has before. This system is also used by the mayor to pass voters around, and they never get help or answers if he doesn't agree with what you have to say. And how much money does it cost the city to employ all these appointees? Again, statistics don't lie and shouldn't be ignored. Politicians want accountability of others when they themselves have none. Let voters decide if they want a mayor controlling all the decisions or to hire a city manager backed by bipartisan city council members. 2 minutes is not enough time to give examples of how hiring a city manager backed by city council could benefit citizens versus what we're living now. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Lana Smittle, followed by Sophia Martinez. Lana Smittle, followed by Sophia Martinez.
Good evening, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and councilors. I am Lana Smittle here as the Executive Vice President of the Home Builders Association. And first, I would like to thank all of you for the time and energy that you put into the Housing Forward Plan and the IDO annual update. We definitely understand the struggle for more housing and more housing options. So we do support the Housing Forward Plan and the IDO annual update without any additional amendments. So thank you for your time.
Sophia Martinez, followed by Geraldo Cionello.
Good evening, Council President, members of the council. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being present. My name is Sophia Martinez. I'm co-coordinator of the Sardines Institute. And basically, I want to make reference to the resolution from last meeting to basically try and challenge the Bernalillo County and Albuquerque Air Quality Board's independence in making regulatory decisions. I was very surprised at the meeting when several of the councilors talked about how they became concerned about how they exposed to the toxicity of asbestos and other construction debris at one of the housing, unsheltered housing projects. Yet in the very same meeting, they basically opposed a hearing process that would allow us as members of and residents of Bernalillo and Albuquerque to really look at establishing an ordinance that would help basically keep our health safe in terms of cumulative impacts in our air quality, right? So we're very disappointed now that the mayor, who had said that he would veto it, unfortunately, the staff was unable to get that together. But I guess the question we have is, why would the city council want to challenge the independence of another council, of another board, number one? And number two, why would you want to stop on a hearing on how bad our air quality might be, and to basically stop, really look at how bad would this council and other government entities want our air to get before we really look at it and have a hearing? A hearing is about what's going on with air quality in Bernalillo County. We're educating us and really looking at those conditions that we're all facing in terms of health, with the respiratory problems, allergies, asthma, not to mention, of course, cumulative impacts of those people that live in EPA regulated sites, Superfund sites, etc. This board has a responsibility to protect its people. You can't talk about your concerns about your own exposure and not care about the rest of the county and the city. Thank you very much.
Geraldo Cianello, followed by Sandra Perea.
Good evening, Council President, Madam Vice President, and all of the councilors for serving our communities. First of all, please accept my apology a few meetings ago for the misunderstanding of my statement about me being retarded and retired. With that said, I'm sorry for being insensitive. I appreciate the fact that we all love and care for the homeless in Albuquerque. From time to time, my family and I have an opportunity to serve and feed the homeless in our city. Please hear my concerns and questions. One of the reasons my family and I moved to West Side is safer neighborhood, avoiding traffic congestion, enjoying scenery and property values. Did you know, according to USAByNumbers.com, as of January 2023, 10 out of 18 cities with highest homeless in USA are from California. Why near or in our properties of land when there are plenty of open space in West Side Albuquerque away from our properties of land? Have you thought about traffic, property value, and zoning issues? Have you thought about removing height restriction from single-family residences? Why not do a practice run for the homeless encampments by the council members and the mayor for 10 years before moving forward? I believe in the long run, if this plan passed, will create more chaos within the city and communities, especially within the neighborhood. Please vote no on O-2254. Thank you very much.
Sandra
Mr.
Perea.
President.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for that apology. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Sandra Perea, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Good evening, Council President Davis and councilors. My name is Sandra Perea, and I am one of many residents in District 6, which Council President represents. I would like to bring up the fact that in every meeting, this body has the opportunity to ask questions of the administration. Sometimes there are representatives of the office the questions are directed to, and sometimes there are not. And Mr. Rael states that they would have to respond back to you in an email. As the questions you all ask in this public forum, I believe, are meant to provide information to all constituents. I would like to know if there can be some type of follow-through at the next meeting. The questions are asked, so we know if this administration is addressing your concerns, because ultimately you represent the constituents of this city. And we would like to know if the administration is following through on their promise to get back to you or not. We never know. We are never fully informed. I'll just use from January through now. I don't know if there's been any follow through. If that can be done, that would be greatly appreciated, because we, your constituents, need to be fully informed if our city is being run correctly or not, and if the administration is cooperating with you as a body. I truly appreciate any response, and I would also urge you to vote no on O-2254. Thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Lacey Pontus.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council. My name is Rosemary Blanchard. I live at 1727 Los Arenas Place Northwest. And I've signed up today to comment in support of the City of Albuquerque's Housing Forward initiative in its various components, both those at O-2254 and O-2377 And I urge you to authorize a variety of housing alternatives in our various zoning districts, including R1 and RA, and to end the nightmare that so many low-income families face in our community as their rents increase and their options decrease. I also urge you to acknowledge and support the extended family networks that are part of our tradition in this part of the world and country. As children grow up and attend college and graduate school, as grandparents age and need more support from their children and grandchildren, zoning for primary dwellings with casitas, add-ons, and similar arrangements for meeting growing and aging family needs are important for the quality of life of many of us, myself included. I will address the particulars of O2254 and O2377 when those two proposals are considered. For now, I ask only that you focus your positive energy on the needs of so many in our community for reliable, secure housing. I realize that on the agenda, you are also considering a proposal to put a counselor-manager form of government to the voters. Without drawing conclusions on the ultimate effectiveness of this, it seems to me in this context that it's more a digression than a responsible exploration of a form of government. The presentation we heard earlier in this session by the ICMA representative was at the least misleading. It really ignored the problems that a diverse city with regional differences in economic and social circumstances can face without a central elected figure. And it skipped over the whole issue of branches of government. It would be better, I believe, for the council to spend the next while building your legislative record rather than working to change the powers of the mayor. This is particularly so because the proposal to extend the form of government to the voters seems hastily constructed. The devil will be in the details of any form of government. If you want the voters to explore this option, take time to give us a well-designed alternative. Thank you.
Lacey Pontes, followed by Sarah Keeney.
Hello, counselors. I'm here today to talk again about the pending changes to the short-term rental ordinance. I've come to you previously, but would like to introduce myself again. My name is Lacey Pontes. I have, as far as I know, hosted more short-term rental stays than anyone in the state. To say that I'm experienced in this field is an understatement. I also participated as a member of the short-term rental task force when the current ordinance was created. There seems to be so many misconceptions about short-term rentals, hosts, and investors, particularly here in Albuquerque. This is a new industry that has grown rapidly in such a short amount of time, and I understand that local governments are playing catch-up and trying to prevent potential issues that may arise. As a major player in this industry, I personally know, converse, and network with many of the hosts in our area. What we have here is a great group of people who want nothing more than to see our city thrive. Our businesses and our investments depend on it, but it's more than that. The short-term rental hosts in Albuquerque have deep roots here. We live here, raise our families here, invest our dollars here, and create jobs here. We are intimately familiar with the struggles our city faces. Most of us support well thought out, reasonable regulations because the city's best interest is also our best interest. The proposed changes to this current ordinance are not that. They'll have a detrimental impact not only to our industry, our community, our local economy, and the city as a whole. I hear the sponsors of the bill keep saying, we aren't putting anyone out of business, and those of you who are in compliance won't be impacted in any way. But there are so many issues with this proposed ordinance that are being overlooked. Us hosts feel like we are screaming out the pitfalls that we see, but that there isn't anyone to receive our voice, our thoughts, or our ideas. It seems that we're looked at as being self-serving, selfish, and greedy with only our pocketbooks in mind, but that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm gonna say it again, we want Albuquerque to thrive. The current ordinance was put into place. The short-term rental task force spent so much time researching, analyzing, and discussing all the factors of that ordinance. That has not happened here. The proposed changes are haphazard, unfounded, and overlook so many factors. There's been no data to show how these changes will help. Short-term rentals make up less than 1% of the housing supply with such a greatly beneficial economic impact. If you see the need for stricter regulations, I support that, but only.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Sarah Keeney, followed by Lori Lachey.
Hello, this is Sarah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Sarah.
Good. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and honorable counselors. My name is Sarah Keeney, and I'm here to share a statement from our small downtown church. We have about 90 members who live and own property throughout the city. We have a small ministry with unhoused neighbors, and I did want to comment that in over 3 years working with that and meeting over 100 unhoused people on our porch, I have encountered only one, who I perceive to be possibly an undocumented immigrant. But I want to read a statement that our church agreed to, all of our members. The Albuquerque monthly meeting of the Religious Society of Friends, Quakers, located at 1600 5th Street Northwest in Albuquerque, expresses our continued support for the City of Albuquerque's Housing Forward initiative. The changes to the integrated development ordinance that will permit more duplexes and accessory dwelling units are important tools that help meet the human right to housing in Albuquerque. We oppose amendments that will prevent the development of duplexes or accessory dwelling units or make that development more difficult for any interested property owner in any part of Albuquerque. Thank you very much.
Lori Lachey.
Right, Sarah.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Lori Lachey, and I am talking to you about Housing Forward. I am concerned because I believe our neighborhoods are already very dense. If we increase the number of people, I believe that we will increase aggression and increase disputes against neighbors. We already have cars everywhere, on the lawns, in the streets. Too many cars are dangerous for children, for adults, and for animals. There's going to be increased noise, decreased privacy, increased trash, increased parties, increased sleep disruption. Cars and increasing building heights decrease the beauty of our neighborhoods, and it will lead to drops in home value. I have to agree with Janice Arnold-Jones and Marcy May in what they presented. I believe this will attract corporations to buy homes in our areas. Please do not vote on this yet and reconsider some of these choices. And I also agree with Councilor Sanchez about the city manager system. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes general public comment.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to everybody who participated this evening. Folks, here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to knock out a couple of easier things before we take a dinner break. The council has some personnel matters to deal with, and then we'll take up our bigger items after that break. So, councilors, first up, we're going to take, we'll start with Councilor Pena. If you're available and ready, I think we'll take item E, which is 081, amending the CIP ordinance. Councilor Sanchez. We got him a hearing aid. Yep. So staff gave him one of those assistive devices. Sorry, we're taking care of some order
Thank
now.
you, Mr.
When you're ready,
President.
Councilor Pena, we're taking things out of order, so if we'll just go with it go with the flow with this.
So I'd move a due pass of 081, amending the capital improvement program ordinance to incrementally increase the city council district set aside to 18 million by 2029.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan. Councilor Pena on the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you all know, just to be brief, and Councilor Bassan might want to add hers, is that I know during the CIP budget, she was trying to accomplish this. It was something that we weren't able to do because we have so many projects in the city that really needed support. So we're incrementally, and I think it's in the write-up. I don't have it in front of me because I wasn't with all my stuff open yet since you just.
Okay, we have time. Take your time.
But I think it goes up by 1.5, we have staff who knows the answer to this, 1.7 up until each CIP cycle every 2 years up until 2029. So that would have every single city councilor at, I think it's a total of
It's up to 18
1.8?
million. Okay, yep.
Okay, I'm trying to look for it. I was reading something else on the IDO.
Counselor, I believe it would be 18 million total, so 2 million per district by 2029, is that right?
That's correct. Thank you. That move to pass, and I think Councilor
We did a
Bassan
second
seconded
from
it, and I don't know if she wants to add it.
Counselor Bassan, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Counselor Pena, thanks. Inflation happens. We all keep hearing that, but somehow we have not really inflated any of our council set aside, but yet we have to pay more to do projects in our districts. So this was, I think, a great idea in order to find a way to say, hey, let's figure out a percentage that can kind of grow to a certain amount to make it reasonable rather than wait for us to have either too much or too little in between. And it also gives us time to spend all of the set aside that was brought to our attention that might still be remaining.
Great.
I've never been told to talk louder. It's always the opposite.
I'm taking a cue from our reporters up at the very back of the room who are doing this to their ears because they can't hear us. So thanks. We're learning our new mics. Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, any other discussion on that matter? Anything from the administration? Mr. Cornelius, I believe we had a speaker, is that right? I know I took us out of order, and so I apologize.
we
On
do not.
081, no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilors, seeing no other discussion and nothing from the administration, all those in favor of the motion to approve 081, say yes, raise your hand. Let the clerk count us and catch up. That matter carries unanimously. Thank you. Councilors, one other small item, I think. Item H, which will be got to get to the end of my agenda now because it's even mine. By request, R140, it approves and authorizes the filing of a grant application and acceptance of grant awards from multiple departments and associated agencies, providing those appropriations to the city. I would move a do pass. I have a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. I'll ask the administration. I know this is sort of an omnibus grant bill. It's something that we do sort of a couple of times a year to catch up on all of our federal and state grants. But is there anything particular from the administration or any questions from particular councilors? Councilor Grau.
These things. Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, thank you. These questions are for Abby Stiles. Ms. Stiles? That's good.
Ms. Stiles, come on down to the podium, You're fine.
Okay. Thank you. How many separate grants are in this bill?
Ooh. Give me, Council President, Councilor Grout, give me just 1 second.
Okay.
And I can tell you that.
Okay. Have you been able, has council staff been able to review all of them?
Council President, Councilor Grout, we have not had time to review all of them. This came down rather late, and there's, trying to count them really fast, but there are pages of grants. So this is not something that we've had time to review.
Okay.
Mr. President, I might interrupt for a second. Councilor Grout, Ms. Yara is in the audience, and her staff drafted the legislation.
Okay.
And I think she has that information. She might be able to explain
Okay.
the intent of this.
That would be great.
Ms. Yara, would you join us? Come on down. I know Councilor Grout has some other questions for Ms. Stiles first, but Ms. Yara, would you come on down?
Yes, Mr. President, Councilor Grout. I'm sorry I don't have an exact count of the number of grants, but I just want to say that this is a normal annual omnibus grant bill that we bring to council. Most of it is comprised of the normal formula grants that mostly APD, family, community, and parks get on a normal basis. We do have a few non-usual grants in this bill, but I think they're all programs that the council is familiar with. We are happy to talk about any of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yara. Are they usually in one bill?
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, yes. So have to say the history of the grant omnibus bill is such that the council decided, and the administration at the time, I think this was the previous administration, that the council get one bill that as much as we could put grants in. The reason being is that your budget ordinance requires that every grant that the administration applies for must be approved by this council. That entails sending down an executive resolution, actually, every time we want to apply for a grant. And this was just a way to get this done quickly for those more formulaic grants that we receive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I'm just wondering, when did this get sent down from admin?
Yes, Mr. President, Councilor Grout, we actually sent this down to you last week.
Okay.
We had intended to get it down to you a couple months ago. I will take the blame for that. We're holding the grant omnibus bill for a couple of things that were trickling in. And then I lost sight of it and we didn't get it down to you in time. I know there's an important grant for the Family Community Services Department that is actually already in place and they want to spend that money, and hence why we're asking for immediate action today.
I'm just very concerned that we didn't get it in a timely manner so that staff can actually go through it and, have questions. And I'm sure it's probably all well and good, but when you don't have a chance to go through it all in a timely manner, it's questionable. So that's why I'm bringing it up. So thank you.
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, very understandable. Like I said, I will take the blame for it being late.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilors, other questions? Thank you, Ms. Shar. Ms. Stiles, thank you. Councilor, seeing no other questions, anything else from the administration? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve R-140, and there is a second. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. And that matter carries unanimously. All right, I have to say some magic words. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our normal dinner break, but we're going to do some special business during it. We have an executive session to discuss some limited personnel matters pursuant to state law 1978, section 1015-1H2, for those of you with your legal books handy, pertaining to candidates for a permanent director of the city, director of the council services. So the council will take over that executive session during our normal dinner break, and we will return and report out those actions. I think we'll try to see you again in about 30 minutes, and then we'll take up those last few items that I think you're all here for. So we will see you after our break. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mandy? Oh, I'm sorry, you want a roll call vote? Okay, ladies, councilors, before we go, we need a roll call vote to approve the executive session. I make a motion to approve executive session. And there's a motion and a second. Will the clerk call the vote? My apologies.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. That is passed unanimously.
Now we're on break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Related to our executive session, I affirm that the matters discussed in executive session this evening were limited to those specified in the motion for closure. We are back on our regular motion, our regular agenda for the evening. We are back on final actions. I think what we're going to do, if Councilor Bassan is ready, we're going to take things from maybe easiest to hardest and longest tonight. We'll see how far we get. Councilor Bassan, items C and D relate to the Inspector General and the Internal Auditor. I think if you're ready, I think we could do those first, since we have some guests here with us who are interested in that. Then I think we'll move to our proposal for strong or weak mayor. Then we'll get to the IDO and all of those amendments and comments. So unless anybody has any objection, that's how I think we're going to take this tonight. Councilor Bassan, that would take it to you.
I am ready, Mr. President. O55, floor substitute amending the City Inspector General Ordinance, Chapter 2, Article 17 of the Revised Ordinances of Albuquerque. I move it you pass.
Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. I'm going to work on the mics while we're doing that, but go ahead.
And Mr. President, there's been a lot of work. You all know there's been a lot of work put in on these bills. There are some proposed amendments tonight that I've seen. The IG should be here. There she is. The IG is here. The IA is here for our next bill. And I do know that there is going to be, or is somebody already here with the AIG's office, so that if there's questions that any of you counselors have regarding kind of even a level higher for some of the amendments and or the processes that got us to where we're at with these bills, please know that you can use them as your resources to answer your questions as well. I would really like to see us pass this floor substitute. I feel good about it. So with that, Mr. President, I let you lead the way on amendments.
All right, councilors, I think Councilor Benton, by request, we're going to call yours floor amendment number 1. If Garrett can share it and we're all on the same page. This begins on page 7. There we go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, these are sponsoring by the request of the administration, so I'll let them explain them, but this reads on page 7, delete lines 12 through 19 and replace the following. The Inspector General may be removed from office on an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members of the committee or upon the City Council's decision not to reconfirm the City Auditor pursuant to subsection E of this section. Within 5 days of removal of the Inspector General, the committee shall report the reasons for that removal to the mayor and the City Council. And this amendment has to do with maintaining the current process for removal, but I'll leave it up to the administration to take it from there.
I'll second the amendment. Mr. Rao or anybody from Mr. Sursop?
Council President, members of the council, thank you, Councilor Benton, for bringing these amendments to council. This first amendment, we're striving for independence. As a former director of investigations at the auditor's office, a CPA myself, independence is very important to us. I think throughout this whole process, we've talked about independence, and we're really looking to strike a balance with the amendments and get a bill that's workable, and again, strike a balance that gets us what we believe is the independence that this position needs. Basically, this amendment just removes the council's ability to remove the Inspector General with a 2/3 vote, and also removes the with cause requirement. Right now, you have oversight by the AGO. They have oversight. They can remove the auditor or the Inspector General. I know we have competing bills or similar bills here with similar language, but I can speak to both of them at this point. We have an opportunity for the AGO to remove with a 2/3 vote, and that is, that has worked in the past. If the auditor or the Inspector General is worried about an investigation or an inspection they're doing of council, that 2/3 vote that council could take to remove that person kind of impairs that independence. They may not be independent. They may not choose to do that investigation because they may fear being removed by council, even for small cause. So That's what we're hoping to accomplish here, and all of these amendments, we think strike a balance, and we'd like to see all of those incorporated. Thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to ask Ms. Ronquillo to explain why we had this listed and worded the way that we did. In addition to, I would like to make sure that Ms. Santisteban is able to explain why she is not in support of this amendment, as I'm the sponsor of it by request. I don't want to just speak on her behalf.
Sure.
Ms. Ronquillo?
Thank you, Mr. President, Councilor Bassan. So this language was added partly because the council already appoints this position and has the ability to not reconfirm in the event that there's an issue with whoever is in that role. And it also adds another layer of accountability for the position where the council has the ability to take action should there be a problem in that role.
And Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Ms. Ronquillo, it's my understanding too that we were doing this because it was going to streamline it with the CPOA bill so that we can have the IA, IG, and CPOA, all since they're independent departments or agencies within the city of Albuquerque. We wanted to create a streamlined behavior and language with this that Mr. Melendrez and Ms. Ronquillo, through our discussions of this, it was not taking away the independence in that regard, just to give that extra background as well. Ms. Santisteban, did you want to add anything else?
Ms. Santisteban, welcome. Again.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President and councilors. Yes, I do. I believe that striking this entire section removes the independence in its entirety. It does not allow for cause. So if someone, either side, council or administration, does not like a report that we put out, they can put pressure on us or on our committee or retaliate or have some sort of retribution. And so this level of independence is necessary to ensure that we're able to carry out the duties of full transparency and accountability.
Ms. Santisteban, can I ask, seeing no other questions, I totally understand that, and I appreciate and want to see like some alignment in how our processes work for CPOA, but I think what I see in the Inspector General and internal audit is they do have the ability, unlike CPOA, to audit or inspect the city council as well. In fact, that's kind of the only check you have of us. Like, we kind of get to run wild unless y'all tell us we did something wrong. And so I do see an argument that says, like, that is a little different. And so maybe AGO, they're quasi-independent on their own. That includes members of the administration and the council and the public. If they find some good reason, and a majority of them do that. I could also see an argument that says, let's say AGO just doesn't like you. Like, you're a wonderful person, I think you're great, but they just don't like your color shoes, and you always wear the wrong color shoes, and they just get rid of you. Can't the council just reappoint you to the position after that through this normal process? Like, there's no prohibition on serving again. It's kind of another check on AGO. Like, if they kick you off, can't we just put you back if we really like you?
Not the way the current ordinance is written. The ordinance is written such that the AGO puts their candidates up for confirmation or reconfirmation.
Thank you. That's helpful. Again, I understand the analogy. I actually feel like I kind of like this one as written by request, only because I think this is a special position that kind of is the watchdog on the city council. Like, the mayor's office does a really good job of pointing fingers at us, but y'all really have the authority to do that. And so I do kind of wonder about a city council having the ability to remove our own watchdog. And not that I think this council would ever be able to agree well enough to do that. I think the perception would be no. So I'm considering it. Other questions? Kevin?
I just, Council President, councilors, I'd just like to point out that CPOA, a little different than Inspector General, in that Inspector General can look at and investigate all of the elected officials, all 10, mayor, council, and employees citywide, whereas CPOA is just looking at police officers. So I just want to make sure that we all understand the independence is a little different.
Okay. Councilors, any other questions? Anything else from Councilor Benton as a sponsor? I'm sorry, Ms. Santisteban, last comment.
I just want to make one more comment. If the argument for passing this amendment is the portion of the amendment that states that city council
can remove. Is there any opposition to keeping in with cause or for cause?
Ms. Santisteban, I'll throw that back to the administration. It was kind of theirs by request, unless the sponsor or somebody else wants to weigh in there really quickly. Okay.
Council President, Council, yeah, we would like to see this amendment in its entirety. Remove the with cause and also remove the 2/3 council vote.
Okay, so the amendment is basically the mayor's, or the administration's by request, carried by Councilor Benton. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of floor amendment number 1, say yes, raise your hand for the clerk to count. That's 2. All those opposed, say no, raise your hand.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That matter fails on a 2-7. That makes me feel like Councilor Benton by 2, floor amendment number 2. Councilor Benton, would you turn your mic on? I can't hear you. Sorry.
This will be floor amendment number 2 on page 7. Delete lines 7 through 11 and replace with the following. F, the committee shall request a review of the salary of the Inspector General from the HR Department at the end of each 4-year term or upon termination of the incumbent, and shall recommend any salary adjustments to the Department of Finance and Administrative Services through the annual operating budget process. Salary adjustments will be subject to budget sufficiency and city personnel rules and regulations. The Inspector General is eligible for any annual cost of living increases granted to all city employees.
Thank you.
Administration.
And I'll
move
second
that.
floor amendment number 2. Mr. Sirsow, this is y'all's again.
Yeah, Council President, councilors again, thank you, Councilor Benton, for bringing this forward. We urge support for this. This amendment basically aligns the salary increase process with other salary increase processes across the city. The AGO can make a recommendation, the administration would look at that and look for budget sufficiency, et cetera. And it also has HR looking at the comps so that it is independent. It's not the committee or the IG or anyone that's associated with that position actually looking at salaries. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilor Bassan in the back. I'll start our Inspector General for her comments as well.
Mr. President, one of the requests I was going to ask is to ask Ms. Santisteban, but I also want to say that another question that came up today was just to confirm, because my answer was no, this will not be in lieu of the class and comp study. This is in addition to the class and comp study, and I just want to make sure that I am correct in making that statement earlier today to somebody.
Mr. Sirsow or Mr. Romero?
Council President, Councilor Bassan, yes, that you are correct.
Thank you. Ms. Santisteban, also, councilors, being that I am sponsoring by request, I've made it very clear to Ms. Santisteban and Ms. Vargas that I will do what they would like to see in regards to these bills, but I also do stand by everything that I'm standing by. So with that, I would like to make sure that Ms. Santisteban is able to speak on behalf of her bill.
So with regard to this amendment, my concern with it, again, is that it lacks independence. What we put into the proposed ordinance that is up before you tonight is that any recommendation from the AGO would be subject to the HR personnel policies and procedures and budget appropriations. So there's no change there that would become an issue. What we do see is that the fact that the committee is responsible for overseeing our positions as city auditor and inspector general, and any proposals regarding those positions should be consistent or should have a consistent valid mechanism for ensuring the committee's recommendations can be properly evaluated and be free from bias. What we haven't seen in the past is when our AGO committee puts up a proposal for a salary adjustment, it's shut down. It's shut down at a budget process, or it's shut down before it ever even gets to the level of really having a discussion or debate about it. And so that's my concern with this. I'm not opposed to it being looked at every 4 years, but I do think it takes away from the independence.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or discussion?
Mr. President. Mr. President, Ms. Ronquillo, can you also, I mean, this is something that I remember us having some conversations about in that this is also not taking away from the independence, the way it was written, not necessarily with this amendment, but that the salary, you know, we were looking at that and we did amend it quite a bit to make sure that it wasn't annually. We did make sure that it wasn't going to be that we have to listen to the AGO committee, but it can be a recommendation. But most importantly, that, you know, the AGO committee can go ahead and do the recommendation for a salary increase, and it can be annually or whenever, but it will be applicable to the HR rules and procedures and standards and policies. Is that correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, that's correct. The way that this section of the ordinance is written in the floor substitute, the committee would review salaries, make a recommendation, and then that recommendation would still be subject to the applicable rules and regulations.
Councilors, any other discussion on that matter? Anything else from the administration? See, Mr. Real, is that you?
Mr. President, I'm just going to weigh in on this particular matter. I have a concern that we're creating basically a two-tiered system as it relates to the role of department heads coming all the time asking for adjustments during the budget process. And it's always subject to the personnel rules and regs. And it's also always subject to the budgetary process that you all go through when you're proposing the budgets for the city operations. It feels like this is a different set of standards for two particular positions. And albeit that they are independent, however, they should be, I think, treated as other department positions are with their vast areas of responsibility. So that's just why I think in this particular one, just creating a structure that's similar to what other departments have to go through is fair. And I don't think it deals with independence as much as it deals with ensuring that compensation for these positions is equal to the same sort of structure and scrutiny as the compensation for department heads that might be if you reviewed during the budget process. So I would just wanted to add that information.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, we edited that part out in the floor substitute, Mr. Rael, where we edited out that the compensation would be equal or significant or in some ratio to department directors, because it was agreed upon that the IG and the IA are indeed not department directors. So therefore, their department isn't 300 people, whereas some other department directors have that. That was changed and removed from the floor substitute. So really, you know, to me, this is where the review, it's there. I mean, this is not earth-shattering to me. If it needs to pass so that something can pass, that's great. But at the same time, we're not in the floor substitute indicating that the IG and the IA should be paid comparably to other department directors within the city of Albuquerque.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, yeah, I do believe that this language would be duplicative, and when you have, even though they're simultaneous, it could both happen at the same time. They don't cancel each other out. When you do have language that says, hey, we'll review this every 4 years, the tendency is to go, when it does come up, say, no, we're going to review that in 4 years from now. And so I think that's, and I do think that would be inconsistent with the mayor's staff and other salaries that are increased and or changed and adjusted, you know, much more often than that. So that's why I don't agree with the amendment.
Seeing no other discussion, now we'll vote on it. All those in favor of floor amendment number 2, raise your hand until the clerk counts us. I get how this is going to go. Oh, that's 3. Okay. All those opposed? 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 to 6. That matter fails. Floor amendment number 3 is also Councilor Benton by request.
Floor amendment number 3 would read as follows. Page 8, lines 7 through 8. Delete the following language. The Inspector General may also initiate an investigation when there is predication. Leave that to the administration to describe also.
For discussion.
Whatever that is.
I'll second it for discussion, but I saw the lawyers nodding and everybody else looks confused. Somebody tell us what that means.
It just means there's sufficient basis to start an investigation. And so I was nodding just at the pronunciation. That's correct, predication.
I should have looked that up.
Okay. To the administration, this is by request. Mr. Sursa.
Council President, again, councilors, thank you again, Councilor Benton, for carrying this for us. Predication, I can pronounce it. I've been practicing all day. In our view, it is pretty subjective. Probably needs to be a little stronger, defined a little better. So we would just like to see it removed so that there's no question about when investigations are being conducted and the reason they're being conducted.
Councilor Bassan has the history lesson on this.
Mr. President, the very original existing ordinance for the City of Albuquerque IG read, the Inspector General may also initiate an investigation, period. That means without predication. This is a middle ground to say, I'm sorry, Ms. Keefe, what was your definition of predication, please?
Sufficient evidentiary basis to investigate.
I don't even have more to say. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis, then Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it's my understanding that this, with predication, means that if there is an investigation going on and something is found that makes you think that there might be a reason for an additional investigation, then you can do so. I don't see what's wrong with that, and I would love to hear why we would want someone who's investigating wrongdoing to just go, oops, stop, that's going beyond my current investigation, so I'm just not going to look at that bad behavior. And this is truly a question, I know it sounds sarcastic, but I'm truly asking, why would we want that to be stopped?
Ms. Santos-Estevan, did you want to weigh in, and then I'll go back to the administration, if you.
Thank you, Council President and councilors. I'm in full agreement with your question because asking us to turn a blind eye when we believe there could be or that there is sufficient evidence to indicate fraud, waste, or abuse does not benefit the city, it does not benefit the public, and it does not meet the goals of our office, which is transparency and accountability. So I do not understand why this would be removed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just wondering if I could hear from the administration on why we don't want wrongdoing to be investigated. Please, thank you.
Council President, Councilor Feeblecorn, the administration absolutely supports investigations of fraud, waste, and abuse. Having investigated fraud, waste, and abuse for 3 years at the auditor's office and even more years at a large tax agency in the state, it needs to be investigated. But in this case, I mean, the word predication is subjective, and there's not a very strong definition of predication in there. And we just want to ensure that if investigations are happening, whether it's a current investigation that has some threads to pull into another investigation, we're reading it more that somebody just gets an idea that there's something going on and there's not enough evidence to support predication because it's not well defined, that they're just going to kind of go down this path, or someone directs them down that path politically. That path could easily be taken for political reasons without a lot of support, without a strong definition of predication.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is not a question, I'm just going to end with a statement. When Councilor Benton read this out, and I didn't know how to pronounce predication either, I don't know what it is, every attorney in the room shook their head yes, and we had an answer like that of what that meant from our city attorney. So I feel like it is a term that is understood, and so I'm still not understanding why we wouldn't want to move this. I, of course, won't be supporting it, but I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions.
Councilors, any other discussion on this one, floor amendment number 3? Going once, going twice. All those in favor of floor amendment 3 say yes, raise your hand. All those opposed say no. That is unanimous. Number 4 is also Councilor Benton by request.
Move floor amendment number 4. This is on page 11, after line 9, insert the following. The Inspector General shall also submit a copy of each report to the Chief Administrative Officer or their designee. At the discretion of the Chief Administrative Officer, reports may be shared with city department directors and staff as necessary to ensure the development of meaningful responses to investigative findings.
I'll second that one again. Mr. Torso.
Council President, councilors, this one, we've had several discussions over the last year or so regarding department directors' knowledge and ability to respond to investigations. And we've been very vocal, very strong in our opinion that we think directors ought to be able to respond when the reports are presented to the AGO before they're made public, so that we can ensure that we get good responses and that the directors are the ones able to give those responses in a setting to the AGO. It's not a response that's coming through the investigator to the AGO. We want the directors to have a chance to respond. We want the Chief Administrative Officer to know that the directors are engaged and involved and are responding appropriately. So this is our wish for this amendment. So thank you.
Councilor Bassan, can I ask you a follow-up on this? You know the history of this better than I do. There's been some discussion back and forth about whether directors would be allowed into the AGO conversations, and I feel like this is getting at that as a way to, but maybe not. Like they're not in the room, but they can participate in the response. Do you know?
Yeah, so Mr. President, if I may, one of my questions was to Ms. Ronquillo to clarify some of that, Ms. Ronquillo, the way that this reads, that the Inspector General shall also submit a copy of each report to the Chief Administrative Officer or their designee, yada, yada, yada. At what point is that report allowed to be shared? Because in the explanation, it says a certain point, but it's not listed in the actual amendment, and I think it will make a difference.
Ms. Ronquillo?
No.
I know, they don't work.
Thank you. Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, I apologize, I don't know the answer to that question offhand.
That's okay.
Ms. Santisteban may
Mr.
be able to
President,
help there.
and I realize this is the administration's amendment, but so the explanation says it's for the final investigative reports. And I think that that could make a difference, but I think it's important regardless, but if this were to pass, I think it's very important that it reads the final investigative reports. A copy can be submitted. However, that doesn't mean I support it, and I would like Ms. Santisteban to be able to confirm or not whether or not that is important. And I think that also, because to me this is not about, this amendment is not about whether or not somebody sits in an AGO meeting. This is about whether or not the IG and the CAO can give the report to a department director prior to the AGO meeting.
Ah, okay. Ms. Santisteban, you have been summoned or included.
Thank you, Council President and councilors. So the first thing I want to say is I agree that this is not about having them in the meeting. We've already addressed that in the proposed ordinance, where that will be at the discretion of the AGO committee. So this has nothing to do with that. Secondly, each report that we write is held confidentially until it is approved and by the AGO and published. That's when it becomes public. And then to follow that up, each report that we write that has a finding or an observation, those observations and findings are written to be a standalone. I am going to tell you exactly what the problem is. I'm going to give you our recommendation for fixing that problem, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. Those do go out to the directors so they can answer it. What they are not getting is the detail of the full report that would allow someone, if given enough time, to try to decipher who is who in our coding. And what we have seen because of this over the last year is that we've seen an increase in the number of harassment and retaliation complaints come into our office based on reports that were written, and specifically one that was released prior.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, yeah, the way I read this amendment, it doesn't do anything. unless it were to say unless it were to give the parameters that if it's, before the report is published, then this would be the case. And if that's the intention of this amendment, then it should say that, which I would absolutely disagree with it if it did. But otherwise, it's just, I think it's just poorly written, if that's the intention of it. I mean, because it could simply be the fact that this would be the case after it's published, and then that's true right now. The directors can do whatever they want to with it and give any kind of opinion, but it doesn't say at all that, like, at a time period of whether it's before it's published or before it's submitted. So, I mean, there's conclusions made, and then the directors get opportunities to be able to respond before the report is published. Then I think that's the intention of this, but that's not what it says.
Mr. COO.
Council President, councilors, the report is not published and made final until the directors or the folks that are responding have had a chance to make an official response. So those responses from the directors are in the report. So you can infer, and I do understand what you're saying, Councilor Lewis, but you can infer from the reading that the responses have to be made by the directors before the report is made final. So all we're asking for is an entire copy of the report for our directors to read, because there are lots of details in there. And I respect the IG's comment about they're trying to prevent retaliation. They're trying to prevent folks from somehow impacting the report or the investigation before it's got a complete report. But, I will say that there are details in those reports that are helpful to the directors when they're responding. When they get a paragraph that says, this is the finding and this is what you should do, there's a whole lot of background that went into this long investigation. It might be, 20, 30, 40 pages. There's a whole lot of background there that is helpful when the directors are trying to respond to these findings. And again, the report can't be completed until the directors have formulated their response and it becomes part of that report. So again, that's inferred or implied that the report isn't final until those.
So the inferred or implied then is that the complete document is given to the directors before it's finalized. I guess that's just, it's not clear right here. It's just, it would, like you said, it's inferred, I guess.
So I have a question for you. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I was going to ask Ms. Santisteban to weigh in.
I assumed you would. Yes.
Thank you. I want to respond to what Mr. Sorensau said, stating that the report is not final until the directors have given their response. We do seek their response. We do give them ample time to get that in, and we will, as soon as AGO has reviewed it, we will hold it for them if they need to make a change to it, and then we let AGO look at it again before we publish it. What we will not do is hold up a report in its entirety because it's being refused to be responded to. And those are real things that have occurred in our office over the last year.
Let me, Ms. Santisteban, at the risk of opening up another can of worms, you mentioned that your office had investigated allegations of retaliation, et cetera, relating to the disclosure of background information in the investigations. I missed, you were going through it quickly. Roughly how many of those has your office investigated, say, in the last year, and what have been the dispositions sort of summarily without specificity?
What I can tell you is 7, with 5 in my office currently that I cannot talk about.
And of the ones that have, Ms. Santisteban, of the ones that have gone to disposition and you've finished investigating, I assume you investigate the allegations of retaliation. Of those investigations, how many have been found, been substantiated?
Both.
Okay. Ms. Santisteban, were any of those related to the disclosure of the background, specifically to the background investigation information? I mean, or would that, I don't mean it in a bad way, but would that allegation have come anyway? I'm trying to connect whether that's related to this amendment or not.
In those cases, Council President, yes. In the 2 that were substantiated, it is possible they would have come anyway because they were made after the report was released. In the ones that we have currently, the answer is no.
I have a hard time with this one because I do think if you're the director, you kind of got to know what's going on in your department in order to fix it. And I don't disagree. I think we have excellent auditors. I've seen their reports. Our inspectors have done a good job. But just saying like you have bad cash management practices and this is what you should do may not get down to the practice of actually figuring out where that, sort of how that gets identified or what you can do. So I'm not sure, but I know we have other amendments too. Anything else? All right. All those in favor of floor amendment number 4 say yes and raise your hand. All those opposed say no and raise your hand. All right. Councilor Benton, one more. Number 5.
That's it. Or just 4?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's for 56. That's for the next one. That'll be one over there. All right, councilors, we are back on 55 as not amended. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to just, again, reiterate, a lot of work went into this. It was not an overnight thing. Thank you for listening, reading, talking, debriefing, talking some more, questioning, all of it. Ms. Santisteban, did you have anything to say regarding 055 before we vote on it?
Yes. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Councilor Bassan for sponsoring this on our behalf. I do want to state also that the Office of Inspector General and the Office of Internal Audit were created to facilitate and promote public transparency. And I think tonight is one of those times when public transparency becomes imperative because the manner and method for which these proposed amendments to this ordinance was handled, especially in the last 8 hours, is not what we nor the public should expect. The OIG, OIA, Council, and Administration have been engaged in good faith discussions over the last 8 months. At a council meeting last month, we had a 45-minute debate on these issues. And then only today I found out that these issues, or the most significant issues, are being subjected to revamping and being pulled completely. So I would just urge, like I said, that we pass the ordinance as it was originally proposed and not with these amendments. I do appreciate everything that Councilor Bassan and Council Services has done to help us through this process. It has been an extraordinarily long and tedious process, but one that is necessary. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan, anything else to close?
Mr. President, I would urge your support.
Councilors, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of 055 say yes and raise your hand. That looks unanimous to me. Great. Congratulations. Let's do it all over again. 056.
Mr. President, I would like to invite Ms. Vargas down, who is our interim auditor, so that we can go through that again. But 056 is floor substitute amending the Accountability and Government Ordinance, Chapter 2, Article 10 of the Revised Ordinances of Albuquerque. I would like to move it to pass.
Second from Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, we can continue on just to, I think, and I will definitely encourage administration to confirm, but I believe that these 3 amendments are in order to duplicate what was in 055 so that we did not have a disruption between the 2 ordinances. So I would imagine and urge that we hear them out, but understand that they are the same as the last time.
So, Councilor Benton, you were going to offer these amendments by request. Do you want to do that, or do you want to leave it open for, up to you?
Based upon the previous bill, I'm inclined to not move the amendments.
Okay. Is there any councilor that wishes to move any amendments in the packet? Seeing none, we are back on the bill, non-amended. Councilor Bassan, then the administration, and Ms. Vargas.
Mr. President, I would like to invite Ms. Vargas to weigh in and give us her opinion and comments if she'd like.
Hi, Ms. Vargas. Welcome back.
So now I would just like to thank Councilor Bassan for sponsoring this bill for us, Council Services for walking us through this process, and all the work that administration and City Council has provided as feedback. I have nothing additional to add.
Thank you. Mr. Sursal, Mr. Real.
Mr. President and councilors, I just would like to, I would be remiss if I didn't say, a bit disappointed with the order of the process of these two bills, and particularly with the fact that we've had the conversations here at this council on a couple of occasions, and where there's been miscommunication and misunderstanding on some of these audits, where you have decisions that are not defensible. I think a couple of you counselors have come to my attention about HopeWorks and why the HopeWorks audits being is a challenge or a problem for us as it relates to providing funding for HopeWorks. It's all based on an audit that has been repudiated by the Attorney General's office, and we are still in the same predicament in that we have an audit that is still out there that hasn't been resolved, and we have no means for having that conversation with the Inspector General or with the auditors to resolve those issues. We have issues where we've sent a letter to the auditor where she's made determinations that are about making legal judgments as it relates to anti-donation issues, when we've got letters from the Attorney General that say that this is not a violation of those sort of things. So it really is bewildering to me as it relates to department heads, when we can't even have department heads review the reports, to provide the information and to review the reports in their entirety when it involves their department. When I get a internal audit report at 4:30 on a Friday afternoon that's been released, so I have no information about what to say to the press because the press already has it. I mean, these are kinds of issues that really create the issues that Ms. Santisteban just discussed about how employees react to these sort of things. You know, part of this whole process is to give and take and to work together and to ensure that there's independence and transparency and everyone gets an opportunity to have at least a fair conversation about the issues. But I just need to say that on behalf of the administration and the departments and their staffs. Look, there's no question. There are mistakes that are made, and we certainly need to stand up and defend and or take our punishment for whatever those issues might be. But to perceive that every one of these issues has a nefarious issue, or that there is something going on beyond what is maybe a reasonable mistake made by a department or by staff, et cetera, just really sets a bad, if you will, relationship between these offices. These offices of administration, council, and internal audit and internal affairs, we all know that there's basically, you know, a checks and balances, and we appreciate that. But without having an opportunity to even review those and respond to those, creates a real divide between these offices, and we have been on this conversation with this, and yes, Councilor Bassan has compromised a lot, and appreciate all that work. We just, as I said, these are issues that are really cut to the chase as it relates to what really drives this divide between these offices. So I just give that basic information for you all to know that this is going to continue to be a real challenge in terms of working with these offices with this kind of response.
Thank you, Mr. Real. Councilor Bassan, to close, I guess.
Mr. President, so I guess the good news is the IG and the IA, in my opinion, are not here to be our friends and are not here to create a cohesive, happy work environment amongst us and each other when it comes to working with them and the administration, or them and us. They're here to make sure we do things right. And that's got to be a really ugly job. So I think that, again, you know, I just want to make sure to add on to that about creating a divide. Mr. L, I'm going to respectfully disagree about that, because divide or no divide, that's not the relationship we're supposed to have with these two agencies. I would urge your support.
Thank you. Councilor, seeing no other discussion on the matter of 056, all those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. And that matter carries unanimously. Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Councilors, next up is going to be we've already done item E earlier. Next up is item F. Councilor Sanchez and Grout on P1.
Thank you, Mr. President. P1 is adopting a proposition to be sent to the voters at the 2023 regular election, proposing to amend the Albuquerque City Charter to adopt a council manager form of government. I move a do pass.
Second.
Second from Counselor Grout.
And we also have some amendments in the iPads.
Thank you. And councilors, if it's okay with you, we have three, I think, people signed up for public comment. And so if it's okay, let's take those and then we'll go to amendments, if that's okay with the sponsors.
Sure.
Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. President. We have one in-house speaker and the two that were on Zoom are no longer available.
I don't think Mr. Campbell's here either.
David Campbell, are you available?
Well, we have dispensed with that. All right. Well, back to the bill. To the sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment sponsored by Councilor Grout and myself. It's on page 3, lines 7 to 9. Amend as followed. The mayor shall be presiding officer of the city council. The mayor shall be a voting member of the council. On page 4, line 26, 27, amend as follows. The mayor shall be a voting member of the council. On page 6, line 22 to 23, amend as follows. Cast a vote on matters before the city council. This amendment would give voting power to the mayor, not limited to the event of a tie amongst councilors. This would create a council with 10 voting members, but the current rule that a tie vote results in failure of a measure would remain in effect, including the mayor as a voting member of the council, makes for a truly collaborative process for setting policy. The idea behind this is basically making sure that we clean up the way it was written before and make sure that every person voting on city council has an equal voice.
I second that.
So we have a second on the floor, amendment number 1. Counselor Grout, you're kind of a co-sponsor. Do you want to weigh in here before we go to other counselors?
I think this amendment is very obvious, and I think just bringing the mayor to the table and collaborating with us, I think is a much better idea. So I think it would work.
Before we go to the administration, any other questions or comments from counselors on the amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Real, does the administration? Oh, Counselor Bassan, go ahead.
Mr. President, I struggle with having a 10-member voting council.
Yeah, you do. Mr. Real, does the mayor have a position or does the administration have a position?
Okay.
No, okay. Counselors to close. Floor amendment number 1.
I urge your support.
Urge your support because we're just trying to make it more collaborative process for setting policy.
Got it. All those in favor of floor amendment number 1 on P1 say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'm a no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Is that correct? Yep. All those opposed say no.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. That 5-4 amendment 1 passed. Amendment number 2.
Yeah.
I did not get Mr. Real's vote. He wouldn't give it to us. I tried. Counselor Sanchez, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 9, line 5 to 8, amend as follows and renumber subsequent subsections. Exercising administrative control and supervision over the directors of all city departments which appointments shall not require the advice or consult of council except as provided in section 3. With the advice and consent of council, appoint the chief of police, fire chief, city attorney, and city clerk. These appointees shall be presented to the council for confirmation within 45 days after a vacant position is filled. When an appointee is presented to and not confirmed by the council, city manager shall within 60 days thereafter nominate another person to fill the position, and the city manager may continue to nominate until confirmation. The chief of police, fire chief, city attorney, and the city clerk will only be removed from office for cause by city manager with the concurrence of the majority of the council plus 1. The amendment proposes to follow the city manager to recommend candidates for the fire chief, police chief, city attorney, city clerk positions that will be subject to final confirmation by city council. Removal from these positions would be initiated by the manager and require concurrence of the majority of the councilors plus one.
Second.
And that is on floor amendment number 2. We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the council? Does the administration have a position? That's a no. Councilors, any other discussion? If seeing none, back to the sponsors to close.
Mr. President,
Yes.
Mr. President, this brings it in line to what we do now at this time, as far as approving of the fire chief, police chief, city attorney, and city clerk. So I think that's important. Heard your support.
Councilors, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of floor amendment number 2, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Councilor Lewis, how do you vote? I'm sorry?
Are you yes or no?
Are you a yes or a no? I'm a yes. Okay, so 6-3. We'll look at our staff and be sure. Okay. That's all the amendments, is that right? That's correct. So, councilors, we are back on the bill as twice amended. Do the sponsors have a motion?
Mr. President, I would like to defer this to the June 21st meeting because it's been amended.
Okay, the bill has been amended, and so we'll need another hearing, I think. Is that what I'm understanding? So, Councilor Sanchez, you second that.
That's a second, and if you'd like, we can have Mr. Ronquillo weigh in.
No, we're fine with that.
Okay.
But here's what I'm going to ask. I know the administration has Professor Krebs, who's been here a while. If you want to have him present or speak on this on behalf of the administration before or after we get to deferral, that's fine, or we can bring him back for the 21st for the next discussion. It's totally up to you.
Mr. President, I think it'd only be fair at least to have him at least say a few remarks since he's been here all evening, if you wouldn't mind.
So, councilors, the administration had asked if, in lieu of their own Q&A here, if they could have Professor Krebs sort of make their case. And so, is he here? Where is he? Huh? Oh, he's on Zoom, somebody said. Mr. Cornelius, do you have?
Mr. Krebs, please.
Professor, good to see you. I think you followed along with us, but we amended the bill a couple of times, which means we're going to roll this over to the 21st meeting for final action. But since you stuck it out with us, we want to be sure you have a chance to weigh in on behalf of the administration really quickly.
Okay, I hope I can do this quickly. Councilor President Davis and fellow councilors. Debates about, I want to do a little history lesson here, and then talk about why I think the sticking with the mayor-council form of government is the better way to go for Albuquerque. I'm getting a little bit of feedback here, so if I'm disjointed, that might be why. Debates about form of government at the city level are rooted in the progressive era in the United States. So roughly the period from 1890 to 1920. Prior to and during this time, the primary form of government at the local level was the mayor-council form, more specifically, the weak mayor, strong council form of government. This was the era of powerful political machines who used the party organization and weaknesses in the official governing structure to consolidate power by directing patronage, jobs and contracts to their largely immigrant base of supporters. The reformers were based in middle and upper class business interests. They promoted the council manager form, nonpartisan ballots, and at-large representation systems, precisely the kind of system Albuquerque abandoned in 1974. These reforms were designed to foster a business-like and apolitical approach to local governance. Reformers achieved success in promoting their vision of local government in cities west of the Mississippi River, given older cities' resistance to these changes as hostile to their power base. So what you had generally were two different models of local government, and this is what we still have to this day. one based directly in political representation and citizen participation, and one based in administrative efficiency. What is interesting is that leaders in both big city machine cities and big city reform cities used politics to secure their power in their respective systems. Power that was held over time, where leaders used the power of their offices to direct resources to favored and politically powerful constituency groups. In the last 30 years, both mayor council and council manager cities have adapted their forms of government to incorporate the best aspects of each other's systems. Council manager systems have called for the direct election of their mayors to establish a political leader among councilors. Strong mayor council systems added the position of chief administrative officer to strengthen the mayor's ability to run the executive branch. It is a problem in terms of finding someone who's going to serve as mayor, a political and policy leader, who's also going to be a full-time administrator. So in these council manager places, exactly like Albuquerque has, we have a chief administrative officer that serves the mayor, and that injects a level of professional administration to the management of the executive branch. Council manager cities moved to call for the direct election of mayors in order to resolve crises of leadership that often happened around controversial issues. You can imagine a city council that is often, not in this case per se, but in most cases, a city council that's part-time, doesn't have a large staff to really compete with the information resources of a city manager. You can imagine situations where they're not taking a strong policy leadership role on certain issues and kind of deferring to the city manager, who has, again, information advantages and expertise advantages. But there's also the case that the city manager is hesitant to take the lead on things because they have to maintain a majority of the city council's support. So oftentimes in these places, there's a crisis of leadership. They have reacted to directly elect their mayors to create somebody who's a strong political leader. Mayor council system sort of did the opposite. They adopted aspects of the council manager system to inject administrative expertise into local government through the chief administrative officer. The research on form of government shows that there's really no difference in terms of fiscal policy outputs of council manager and mayor council cities in terms of their overall spending and taxes and the mix of taxes and so forth. Council manager cities might be a little bit more efficient and better administered and less corrupt. That's certainly what the literature shows. The real cost, though, of switching to a council manager system has to do with citizen engagement. Mayor council cities have higher rates of participation than council manager cities. And the reason this is because when voters know that their choices directly lead to how the administration functions, is directly leads to the type of political leader they want at a particular moment in time, they're more engaged in the process, more likely to turn out, more likely to be engaged. There are just significant differences in voter turnout between council manager cities, the big ones that have this form, and mayor council cities. So that is, I think, the biggest flaw moving forward. Plus, I just think that the voters should have a very, sort of robust say in the political and administrative direction of the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Krebs. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll see you back here in a few weeks as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilors, the motion on the floor for P1 is for a deferral until June 21st. Anything else? Councilor Lewis?
Well, Mr. President, I think we had several presentations tonight, and the first one, there was there was, one section there that said why the council manager is the preferred form of local government, and a pretty good amount of data and supporting documents and examples of why. I mean, pretty impressive, actually, a lot to chew on there. But and I guess the professor is speaking on behalf of the administration. If I'm in the middle here and I'm looking for some help with making a decision like this, I would like to see the same type of data, supporting documents, examples that I would expect, I think, from the strong mayor. So I just think there was a pretty big difference in both those presentations, and maybe it was one got more of a heads up than the other, but I certainly would like to see, again, a little more data, supporting documents, examples from other cities, and I think there was some conclusions made, but not as much to support it, seems like.
Thanks. I agree with Councilor Lewis. I think we can have a more robust debate in a couple of weeks here, trying to figure this out. Councilors, anything else on the motion to defer? Seeing no others, all those in favor of the June 21st, deferral until June 21st, say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Next up, councilors, it's R131, which is related. Councilor Sanchez and Grout.
Start things. Mr. President, thank you. R131 has it's a floor sub authorizing a proposition to be submitted to the voters at the next local election to be held in the city of Albuquerque concerning amendments to the Albuquerque City Charter, providing the form of the question and the designation clause for such question on the ballot. I move it to pass.
Councilor Sanchez, seconds.
Second.
Councilor Grout.
And thank you, Mr. President. We do have a couple of floor subs or floor amendments to add. They go along with the previous one. Floor amendment number 1 on line 2, lines 28 through 29 amend as follows. The mayor shall be the presiding officer of the city council. The mayor shall be a voting member of the city of council. On page 3, lines 20, 20, and 21 amend as following. Mayor shall be a voting member of the council, and on line 3, lines 28 and 29 amend as follows. Cast a vote on matters before the council. The explanation for this one, the amendment would give voting powers to the mayor, not limiting to the event of a tie amongst the councilors. This would create a council with 10 voting members, but the current rule that a tie vote results in the failure of a measure would remain in effect. Including the mayor as a voting member of the council makes a truly collaborative process for setting policy.
Is that a second, Councilor Sanchez? When it works.
Second.
Thank you.
By Councilor Sanchez.
And councilors, this would align it with the previous P1 amendment, is that right?
Yes.
Thanks. Councilors, any other discussion on amendment number 1? Having discussed this already, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. I think Councilor Peña's a no. You were a no last time. I think you're a no this time. You were a yes. Okay, 6-3. Okay. Councilors, amendment number 2.
Mr. President, thank you. Floor amendment number 2 for floor sub R23-131. I won't read it all again. It's the same from before. On page 5, line 21 through 24, amend as following. And the explanation again is the same. The amendment proposes to allow the city manager to recommend candidates for the chief of police, fire chief, city attorney, and city clerk positions that will be subject to final confirmation by the city council. Removal from these positions would be initiated by the manager and would require concurrence of a majority of the councilors, of all councilors plus 1. I move.
Second. We have a motion and a second on amendment number 2. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment 2 say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. 6-3. That matter carries as well. Councilors, we're back on the bill, but before we get there, we do have one speaker. I don't see Mr. Sontag here. Am I missing him, or did he go home already?
We have Larry Sontag.
He did speak at general.
Larry did speak at general public comment, so. Seeing no other speakers that have signed up for talking. All right, we're going back on the bill as amended. Councilors, is there a motion?
Go ahead,
Yes, there's a motion to defer.
and I'll second that.
Motion and a second, deferral until June 21st. Before we get too much further, I want to ask any other councilors, then we'll let you close. Anything from the administration? I assume not, since we already did the other one. Okay, just to be sure. Sorry.
Councilors Grout and myself urge your support.
Councilors, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral till June 21st, say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. We'll see all that in 2 weeks. That takes us, we've already done item H, and that takes us back to the two big IDO amendments that you've all been waiting for. We're going to start with 054, and councilors, if it's okay, I want to ask you, we have a packet of amendments, and we have 79, I think, people technically signed up. I'm not sure how many people are still here. So I'm going to defer to the sponsors whether you want to do public comment before amendments, or you want to try to do amendments and then have people comment on the final bill. But first, you need to move the bill.
Mr. President, I'll move 054, do pass.
Councilor Jones, do you second? Second from Councilor Jones. Councilors, do you want to do amendments or comment?
Why don't we go ahead with comments?
All right, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker, excuse me, is John Adams Ingram, followed by Ann Steen.
Thank you. And folks, a reminder, if you're coming down, as we discussed earlier at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to limit comments on the bill to 1 minute, right? Because we had public comment earlier and folks were able to address us there as well. So we have, that's the way we announced the rules at the beginning of the meeting, was the comment on the bill is 1 minute. It can be extended by questions from the councilors, but we've got a lot of folks and we have an hour to get through this meeting and all the stuff, or none of this counts. So we're going to try this. Councilors can extend it. And so, Mr. Cornelius.
Ann Steen, followed by Michael Voorhees. Michael Voorhees, followed by Julie Drykey.
Council President and councilors, I speak in opposition to the so-called Housing Forward Initiative because the rezoning measures it proposes for R1 zoning have been attempted in 1,136 other municipalities and each time failed to improve the availability of affordable housing, failed to reduce rents, increased the number of unresponsive absentee landlords, disrupted the character of historically disadvantaged neighborhoods, and encouraged out-of-state hedge funds to buy properties speculatively, thus driving up prices and reducing the number of more affordable properties in lower-income neighborhoods. And when hotel office conversions rely upon weakened standards for fully functional kitchens in areas of the city that are already food deserts without adequate grocery stores offering fresh foods, the tenants end up relying upon overly processed, shelf-stable products, further degrading their health and life expectancy. The Housing Forward Initiative is a poorly conceived mashup of provably counterproductive measures that will negatively impact the quality of life for residents across the city. And it will also expose the city to a massive lawsuit based on an unconstitutional taking.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees.
Julie Drykey, followed by Jane Beckley.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. Tonight I wanted to tell you two stories. One is from several years ago when I was talking over the back fence with my neighbor who wanted to build a structure for his RV, and he asked me if I would object to it. Having invested a lot in our home, I told him that we would object to it. It was a conditional structure. Ultimately, he decided not to build that structure. However, if he would have gone forward with that, I could not have stopped it if he met all of the regulations. But the advantage of having a conditional is that we would talk to one another. Now, he talked to me over the fence, but in other circumstances, conditional, you have a facilitated meeting. What a wonderful way for a neighborhood to interact with one another.
The second story is about friends of ours that can no longer live in their two-story home. Family member told them, you can build a casitas in our backyard. I'm happy that they have that as an option. I know that family. They would talk to their neighbors, they would talk about privacy, they would talk about parking. Conditional means you talk to one another with
Ma'am,
facilitation from the
thank you
city.
for your
I urge you to consider that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Counselor, okay. Counselor Grout had a follow-up question for you, I believe.
I was going to let you finish ask that you finish your comment.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm glad that these friends have that as an option. This family would talk to their neighbors and talk about privacy issues and talk about the fact that they want to build a casitas. And they would ask if they could build it up to the fence or if it needed to be farther apart because maybe that neighbor had other plans as well. Conditional does not make different standards for people that they have to meet, but it does provide for facilitation of neighbors to talk to neighbors to make sure that if someone else wants to build the casitas on the other side of the fence, that they can talk about that in advance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Beckley, followed by Daniel Bergerac.
Mr. President, councilors, I'm representing the Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association. Our extensive comments are a matter of public record since November of 2022. They reflect a measured and thoughtful view of housing forward proposals, not knee-jerk opposition. They represent careful reading of O2254, the IDO, and communication with planning department staff. They're informed by conversations with our members and board and specific knowledge of Santa Fe Village and the West Side. They represent engagement at every step of the process and communication in good faith, not a competition for whose views will prevail. They deserve careful consideration on their merits. It is our view that careful consideration is inconsistent with the IDO annual review before the council tonight. Please defeat O2254 and address its proposals in a truly representative process that does not require cleanup amendments. Thank you so much for your time.
Daniel Bergerac, followed by Evelyn Feltner. Evelyn Feltner, followed by Jeremy Sment.
Making the ADU construction and duplex inclusion in R1 neighborhoods a conditional rather than a permissive use would be fair to all those affected. Conditional uses, like variances for carports, require notification of neighbors and the association of the area, and require a hearing before the zoning hearing officer. This gives both the proponents and the objectors a legal, nonviolent procedure from which they can derive a decision that both can feel was fairly made. A permissive use gives the objectors no alternative but an expensive lawsuit, which most residents cannot afford. Doing this was the consensus thought of 13 neighborhood representatives at a District 7 coalition meeting. And while they don't like the whole idea, they thought a conditional use was a fair compromise.
Jeremy Sment, followed by Charla Parsons.
Thank you. O2254 is the logical thing to do. You have 20,000 people who need homes, and this creates homes. You have people who can't afford homes, and this gives them an extra source of revenue to pay for those homes. O2254 is the compassionate thing to do. The NIMBYs would be saying that 20,000 people can just wait on their couches while we scrutinize these exaggerated and baseless claims about how this is going to impact them. But giving somebody dignity does not make cars magically appear on the streets. Those cars are already there. The garbage is already there. Just giving them dignity and a place to live does not create these problems. And O2254 is also the urgent thing to do. Next year, we're going to be here again asking our leaders to deal with an even bigger problem, because these people don't just crawl under a rock and disappear. The character of this town that they are so concerned about is marred and has tents in the parks and under the bridges. And that is the character that we're building in the city if we do not address the housing problem. Thank you.
Charlotte Parsons, followed by Jane Lipham.
Hey, my name is Charlotte Parsons. I'm a resident of the Academy Acres North neighborhood, and I'm an experienced residential real estate realtor here in Albuquerque. The last couple of years have been a really emotional in my line of work for people that wanted to buy a home and realized they couldn't unless they had $300,000 in cash. For people who were comfortable in their rentals but realized that their rent was going to cost them out of their home. And for people that were, I'm sorry, I'm trying to lower myself to a minute and it's making me take longer. Yeah, so we had to say, I'm sorry, again and again and again. We have to say, I'm sorry, you have to leave your home. I'm sorry, you're not going to get your offer accepted. I'm sorry, again and again. And now we're at the point where I'm sorry, you can't build a duplex, you can't build a casita in the backyard of your home to create multi-generational living for your family. It's so rare that we get to say yes, and that's just not okay. This is Economics 101. This is supply and demand. This is Albuquerque's breaking point. Ugh, I really would have liked 2 minutes. Thanks.
Janet Lipham, followed by Brenda Marks.
When I first heard about the proposed R1 zoning change, I was concerned that it would change the character of the Huning Castle neighborhood where I live. I grew up in a cookie-cutter neighborhood in the Northeast Heights. When I moved back to Albuquerque in 2011, I bought in Huning Castle because of tree-lined streets and the older homes, each of which is unique. Our neighborhood association invited city officials to attend a neighborhood meeting and answer questions about the proposed change. After hearing the city's responses, I believe the ordinance is well thought out, leverages experience of other cities facing the same issue, and is a reasonable response to a condition that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. I personally know 2 women who are impacted by the housing shortage. One is a traveling nurse who is spending 6 months living in a bedroom in someone else's home. She is not comfortable in this situation, but she couldn't find a better alternative. The other woman moved here from Nashville where she managed, is that it? Has managed a home.
Finish that thought really quickly for us.
Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead and finish that thought.
All right. Where she managed a home for victims of sex trafficking. She has considered leaving Albuquerque because she can't find housing that's affordable on her salary. Both women possess skills that add value to the community and would be desirable neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Brenda Marks, followed by Janice Arnold-Jones. Janice Arnold-Jones, followed by Leslie Padilla. Leslie Padilla, followed by Mark Boitano.
One moment. Okay. Leslie Padilla, District 6. O2254 is rife with substantive and procedural problems. The city's PR is that this is about, quote, creating access to affordable housing, yet the ordinance lacks any specific provisions to ensure any new development will be less expensive than market rate. There's little, if any, evidence that the kinds of measures in O2254 improve affordability. My own experience in Austin recently was that ADUs are actually more expensive than larger homes per square foot. And a recent meeting between city officials, including the mayor and Eric Griego and a group of realtors, confirms this, with one person, apparently a city consultant, explaining that she expected new ADUs to be, quote, swanky, which is not a synonym for affordable. A recent Urban Institute study looked at this exact question and concluded that we find no statistically significant evidence that additional lower cost units become available or became less expensive in the years following land use reforms. Procedurally, the city is treating these extensive changes to the IDO, which are effectively changing the R1 zoning zone, as if they were not, in fact, zoning changes, even though the city's website says that they are.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is why we have not received individual notice.
Text amendments to the IDO should not be the vehicle for wholesale changes to our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Mark Boitano, followed by Sal Perdomo.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Mark Boitano. I'm a real estate broker, property manager, and retired state senator. One of the trends we've seen in real estate for more than a decade is a growing number of multi-generational families, which makes perfect sense from a social, household management, and financial viewpoint. State legislature recognized this trend in 2009 when it passed Senate Bill 285, an enabling act allowing counties to opt into multi-generational zoning. Hopefully, you will make these zoning changes in the least intrusive way, because not every neighborhood or council district is impacted in the same way. Neighborhoods in HOAs and newer neighborhoods where they built 8 to 12 homes an acre will not be affected because there's no space to build. The neighborhoods in council districts most affected will be the older neighborhoods where they built 4 to 6 homes per acre. These homeowners purchased in part because they didn't want their neighbors looking into their backyards. The least intrusive way includes listening carefully to counselors who represent these neighborhoods and trying to allay their concerns. The major concerns I heard at the Northeast Heights Neighborhood Association were parking setbacks and worry that investors would swarm onto their street with poorly managed rentals.
Sal Perdomo, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Good evening. I'm here as chair of NAIOP's Government Affairs Committee. NAIOP is in full support of all aspects of O2254. Speaking from a personal level, as a young professional with professional experience in both urban planning and real estate development, I honestly believe this is a great step in the right direction for our city. When I was 26 years old, I purchased my first owner-occupied property in the historic Silver Hill neighborhood. It was a 100-year-old structure with a small house and ADU at the rear of the property. After renovations were complete, I lived in the main house and rented out the ADU. The property was less than 1 block from Central, and even with the 3 cars associated with this small property, parking was never an issue. After a few years, I sold this property and was able to justify a premium on the sale due to the revenue generated by the ADU. The proceeds I received from this sale allowed me to pay off my student loans and truck loan, creating even more financial independence. I'm going to skip ahead just due to timing here. We're a fan of the ability to create multi-generational living with the ADUs. I think that's a strong part of New Mexican culture. Strongly urge your support. Hope you can bring Albuquerque a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Sal. Patricia Wilson, followed by James Freeman.
A letter in Sunday's Journal brought up an excellent point. You need to apply for a variance to build a carport. Why shouldn't neighbors have the same notification process for another dwelling adjacent to their backyard? Some counselors say there's been plenty of time and everyone knows what's in the bill. That is simply not true. An online petition started 6 days ago asking you to vote no on O2254, has 20 written comments and 729 signers. Unfortunately, this whole discussion has digressed into supporters versus opponents, lobbyists versus volunteers, developers versus neighborhoods. O2254 is about a lot more than casitas, which the paper seems to say it is. It does not belong in the annual update process. And I just couldn't chop this enough to fit in 1 minute, but I'm done.
Well done, Patty.
James Freeman, followed by Laura Lucero.
President Davis and members of the council, our city is in an affordable housing crisis, and we must address the problem from every possible angle to avoid a further explosion of homelessness across our great city. I'm here today to tell you that homelessness is a terrible human condition, and we must do everything we can to mitigate the suffering. I was homeless in Albuquerque from 2016 and 2017, and I slept many nights outside, fearing being brutally attacked like many people. I lived a whole season at the West Side from 2016 to March 2017. I benefited tremendously from a city housing voucher administered by a local nonprofit. Thank you very much. These programs work and change people's lives, but they only work if housing is available. The West Side is a good shelter of last resort, but no one can improve their lives by getting a job or contributing to society while they're warehoused at the West Side. Significantly increasing the supply of affordable housing is the best way to help everyone. It seems trivial to debate the number of parking spots available and the size of a kitchen in the same conversation as the brutality of human suffering that is homelessness, but here we are. Thank you very much. Please vote yes.
Laura Lucero, followed by Christopher Blas.
Thank you, Laura Lucero, and I live in the old Sawmill Historic District in Adobe. It's over 100 years old. I'm speaking in favor of the proposed zoning amendments because the housing crisis in Albuquerque affects us all. I take the late Senator Paul Wellstone's words to heart. We all do better when we all do better. When we all have decent, affordable housing, something I believe is a basic human right, then we've removed the anxiety and stress that burden so many of our neighbors. I suspect we would see improvements in community spirit, better educational scores among the youth, reduced incidence of minor criminal activity, and likely improved health outcomes. I urge you to support the proposed zoning amendments because they will remove barriers to building and renovating more diverse housing types, including ADUs and granny flats. The social, economic, and community benefits could have a profound impact on all of us. Thank you.
Christopher Blas, followed by Isabel Spafford.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Christopher Blaze, and I live here in Albuquerque all my life. I love this city. I'm here to speak in favor of the Housing Forward initiative. I know you've heard it all by now. This debate has gone on long enough, and I'm here to encourage you all to get on with it. Housing Forward is inevitable. I have a small company that builds tiny homes and modular homes here in Albuquerque. I find myself in an interesting vantage as I'm flanked by people in need of realistic housing on one side and innovative solutions-based construction on the other. I have hundreds of conversations in this space. The truth is, the world is changing much faster than any of us can manage, and it's time to get out of the way and let Albuquerque evolve and deal with the insurmountable problems upon us. Housing Forward is a good start in the right direction. These amendments support smaller housing solutions. Just vote for it. Let's do it. Thank you.
Isabel Spafford, followed by Melora Palmer.
Good evening. My name is Isabel Spafford. I'm a resident of La Resolana neighborhood. I also work as a case manager, and a lot of what I do is try to house unhoused and precariously housed people. I recently had to put someone in a converted hotel room, which is a tiny studio, for $900, which is unjust. The fact is that's because of scarcity. We are constantly, but he was thrilled to be in this unit because he had a kitchenette, he had a bed, he was absolutely thrilled. The fact is these converted units provide hope for people. It provides housing, which is what people really need. And if he didn't have to be putting essentially every cent that he's earning into paying his rent, it would be a wonderful situation for him. But the unfortunate fact is he's paying $900 a month for that tiny unit. This ordinance would also help people like my parents build a casita in their backyard for my aging aunt and provide housing for her, a safe, comfortable, and convenient situation for us. This ordinance would support people on many different economic levels in Albuquerque. Thank you so much.
Laura Palmer, followed by Raylene Smith.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, distinguished councilors, I would ask you to vote my name is Melora Palmer. I ask you to vote in favor of 02254. We have a housing crisis in our city, and it's mostly, we have a changing demographic that seeks stable, affordable living accommodation. Rental costs have risen to almost 30 to 50% of regular salaries, and this is due to a scarcity of units. As an example, I am president of a local nonprofit, and I'm facing increased salary pressure from my staff who are prominently young and have single-person or two-person housing needs. They are not able to afford mortgages, and they need housing solutions. We need to modernize our zoning codes that allow our city to provide more diverse housing solutions and promote positive growth and diversity. These changes simply provide our other solutions to allow more traditional housing solutions, and also will put less pressure on urban sprawl, which also affects our climate issues and our severe drought that we're facing. Thank you.
Raylene Smith, followed by Santos Martinez.
Good evening, Mr. President and councilors. Thank you for your time tonight. First, congratulations on being the highest-rated mayor-council form of government, as noted in an earlier presentation. My name is Raylene Smith. I represent Indivisible Albuquerque. I support the Housing Forward Initiative. Many opponents are afraid the character of their neighborhood will change. I want to be very clear about something. Neighborhoods are about people. People. They're not about physical appearance. It's about the people. I believe, what people are we afraid of? Think deeply about that. I believe the changes from this ordinance will be small. Many R1 lots won't qualify. Many property owners don't have $100,000 or $200,000 to put casitas or redevelop a property. But think about the new neighbors you'll get, the new people to grow your neighborhoods into rich cultural experiences. Please vote to support the zoning change. Your backyard will be all the better for it. Thank you.
Santos Martinez, followed by Ian Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council. I'd like to commend you on your work on this topic. It's not specific to just the city of Albuquerque, but it's across the nation. In 2 minutes, I want to share my experiences with the Village of Angel Fire, but I'll condense my time in the city of Dallas, where we lived for 17 years. After World War II, the city of Dallas encouraged single-family homes to be converted into duplex, triplex, fourplex to deal with the influx of new residents to the city. Those structures were deemed non-conforming as they changed their zoning regulations. My neighborhood we lived in was one of those neighborhoods where these tutors were converted into duplex and triplexes. 12 years ago, the city of Dallas created tried to be creative in a way for neighborhoods to try to stabilize, and they created a neighborhood stabilization overlay, trying to regulate some of these, what were deemed as servants' quarters, in addition to setbacks and heights. And after the first 3, 4 were adopted by council, none were ever brought back because it actually destroyed neighborhoods. Neighbors wouldn't talk to each other. It got into an argument of property rights, where neighborhood associations were telling property owners what they could have, what they shouldn't have. And I would encourage this council not to make that mistake that the city of Dallas did. Thank you very much.
Ian Robertson, followed by Debbie Bryant.
Hello, my name is Ian Robertson, and I'm the Vice President of the Edo Neighborhood Association. Albuquerque is facing a housing crisis, and recent reports have highlighted a shortage of housing units estimated at 30,000 units. But each unit is not just a statistic. It's a family struggling to find housing. When Santa Fe passed a similar ordinance, the result was only 30 ADUs per year. Critics argue this falls short of solving the crisis. But to me, that's 30 families that actually were able to find a home that year. These aren't statistics. These are people, as one of the previous speakers mentioned. Unfortunately, tonight we've heard a lot of the same suggestions that landed us housing crisis in the first place. It's clear that a more complicated approvals process is not going to solve this problem, because if it would have already solved it by now. I urge the City Council to display some leadership and address this issue today, not tomorrow, because Albuquerque's housing crisis demands urgent attention right now. Thank you.
Debbie Bryant, followed by Andres Valdez.
Hi, I'm representing Sierra Club Central Committee. I know Camilla spoke earlier. We both agreed to speak. Sierra Club is in favor of this proposal. One aspect that hasn't been raised, surprisingly, is that this proposal can help alleviate urban sprawl issues, which leads to tax dollars being spent for more roads, more infrastructure, and then you end up with the same problems that Houston, Austin, to a huge amount, and Atlanta have faced, with population centers being pushed farther and farther away from center and gridlock occurring everywhere. On a personal note, as a single mom, when I was divorced, the only thing that allowed me and my children to stay in our home was that we actually had a garage apartment, and I was able to rent that successfully and use that money not only to stay in the home, but also to help fund my children's college education. Thank you.
Andres Valdez, followed by Jim Desjardins. Jim Desjardins, followed by Thaddeus Nemitsky.
That's coming down.
Tad Nemitsky, followed by Marcy May.
My name is Dad Niemiecki. Anyway, I have a question. What is comprehensive plan? Oh no, they don't need it. City council don't need it. City council has also power to adopt any ordinance, resolution, and so on. Yes, that's true. That's what they do. They target on the older neighborhood. Older houses, for example, 96 years old house. They didn't want it, they rebuild it. So anyway, my time running off. If you want a homeless, build another house on the property, maybe you keep it, a family together. And you want to keep it homeless people, housing for them, build a 10-story house on building on Central, and so on. And stay away from neighborhood, older people too. Thank you.
Marcy May, followed by Catherine Huey. Catherine Huey, followed by Sarah Walker.
Hello, my name is Catherine Huey. I live in District 2. I respect the homeowners who have expressed concerns tonight, but I hope that the City Council will weigh that against the reality of how it is for renters. There's a lack of affordable housing, and there's also a lack of choice. I hope the council will also consider what will happen if we don't increase the number of units to match the demand. You're gonna have adults living in homes that are meant for 1 to 2 people, 4 or 5 people in a single home. That's gonna have the same problems with traffic, it's gonna have the same problems with parking, it's gonna have the same problems with trash. But what you won't have is dignified housing for renters. We need more housing because people need somewhere to go. They're here. I mean, where are they gonna go if we don't have housing? So, thank you.
Sarah Walker, followed by Andrea Calderon.
I just have to repeat that my experience in Denver, going up there once a year for the last 12 years, is that this same zoning resulted in greatly, for the R1 neighborhoods, resulted in tear downs of beautiful homes built in the 30s, 40s, 20s, resulted in expensive box. Can you put this up? Forgot to tell you. Okay, picture this 3 stories and much larger on the lot, or other just modern architecture that costs a lot more, 2 and 3 times more of the houses that is tore down. So that's not affordable housing. It may double the housing, but it's not affordable. I'd like to ask for guardrails on the R1. I'm not against casitas. I'm not against doubles. Also against poor taste, but let's have.
Continue. Go ahead. It's okay.
Same color and building and conditional use. Anything just to make this work. It didn't work in Denver. One final point is that a highly regarded, longtime activist, progressive Democrat, ran for mayor in the last mayor's race in Denver. She was very data-driven and evidence-based. And one of our platforms was to fire the city councilors who allowed this disastrous zoning changes to happen, which are now destroying Denver neighborhoods. There.
Andrea Calderon, followed by Maya King.
Hi, good evening again, Council. So it seems like all of us in the room, or many of us, are in agreement that we're in a housing crisis. And no matter how you cut it, there aren't enough homes available for buyers and housing that is affordable for renters. So where casitas can exist so that elders can age in place and family members can keep each other economically stable, even if that's somebody's dusty son who lives in their basement or in a casita. I've dated many of them, unfortunately. Councilor Jones, I'm a renter on Palo Verde Drive in your district, in a strip of triplexes that allows for single people, couples, and small families to live alongside homeowners. I have the opportunity to be an adult in the life of a friend's daughter who moved to the area to go to a good school. And I really struggled to find this unit because it was during the pandemic. But I'm really thankful that I did. It allows me to live a really good quality of life near nature in a quiet area where I can work from home. I have a friend that was not as fortunate as I. Her name is Allie, and she had to stay in an apartment where she continued to live with her abusive boyfriend because she could not afford to move out. So I want you to consider the stories of those of us who made it and those of us who didn't, and understand that you're making a huge decision that impacts not only the lives of people that are very vulnerable, but those that are every day facing abuse. Thank you.
Maya King, followed by Dennis Owens.
Thank you, President Davis and Council. My name is Maya. I'm here on behalf of a group called NEVA. We stand in support of the casita provision of O2254. Casitas have been in Albuquerque for decades and are not destructive to Albuquerque's character. Also, just wanted to quickly address the zoning code utilized in areas like the Bosque that require specific building height. I believe this should be applied near the Petroglyph National Monument area as well. Thank you so much.
Dennis Owens, followed by John Herrera.
Good evening, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and members of the council. I'm a homeowner, a father of adult children in their 20s and 30s, an entrepreneur, a member who lives in a homeowner association, and I'm for this bill. This bill allows us to take advantage of the homeowner opportunities, which others before me have talked about, as good as tenants as well because of our homeowner crisis. But what is lost is the opportunity for our economic ecosystem for other businesses like mine or small to get the opportunity to do the work for construction, building, repair, and maintenance of these areas, which helps our economic ecosystem, which tends to be forgotten in many cases. And last but not least, it allows for a community to take care of itself when we can do so, and that's decent and in order. Thank you very much.
John Herrera, followed by Linda Starr. Linda Starr, followed by Camilla Feibelman on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. Affordable housing may be key to Albuquerque people to get off the streets. 1,300 people in Albuquerque are homeless. Our rents have increased dynamically. We need to be less greedy and more concerned about communities sharing homes. Casitas behind the homes may be a good idea. All types of housing can be considered. Even former portable classrooms can be converted, especially ones with plumbing in the bathrooms already. A majority of Albuquerque housing is single detached housing. More diverse housing options are critically needed. I'm strongly in favor of
housing forward.
Camila Feibelman, followed by Evelyn Rivera.
Thank you. I already had the chance to speak in favor during general public comment, so I won't repeat myself so others can speak.
Evelyn Rivera, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
Good evening. There are several inaccuracies in the O-2254 proposal, which led to questionable conclusions. There are not 40,000 jobs coming to Albuquerque. A national commercial research company said there will be 3,100 net jobs. The May Apartment Association newsletter noted 5,238 apartments under construction, more than any before. 36% of those are for affordable. Minneapolis upzoned single-family properties in 2018. A Twin Cities transit planner who analyzed the data stated, the change hasn't been that big. A recent ULI study came to the same conclusion. The real beneficiaries of these proposed amendments are investors who will convert single-family dwellings into multifamily and short-term rentals. ADUs will not help the homeless who need social services. It will pit neighbor against neighbor and further reduce the number of homes available for aspiring homeowners. Please vote no.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Peggy Norton. And before you start, Peggy, we're having trouble with the timer at the moment. We'll try to reconnect it. So we'll be timing you manually here in chambers. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
It's Peggy and then you, Peter. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, good evening, Council President, councilors. My name is Peggy Norton. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. The North Valley Coalition has not discussed the IDO amendments. Community planning area assessments were supposed to discuss concerns from residents regarding changes from the IDO. Instead, a major rewrite of the IDO is planned by changing uses of residential city lots. Most people are unaware of this and won't be until it happens next door. Suggestions: allow either a duplex or a casita. Make casitas conditional. Have setback from lot lines for casitas. Develop design standards for duplexes. Have a standard height such as 12 feet for casitas. Widen the space along transit corridors. Have incentives to ensure affordable housing such as Denver has for apartment buildings over 10 units. Have maximum building heights. There seem to be areas for compromise. We have a
Thank
new
you. Your
building
time
on
is
4th
up.
Street, which is representative of a year of collaboration. It is a pleasure to drive by instead of being a sore in my eyes. Thank you.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Peggy Norton.
Please look at Parkland Hills Neighborhood Association previous comments. My comments were included in the letter that I sent last week. While we desperately need well-planned solutions, but this process permitting unlimited changes to permit all single-family dwellings to become three-family is in conflict with the IDO and comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan says most households desire single-family houses, and IDO specifically defines. Look at Denver. Permitting hotel and office conversions to residence is prohibited by the IDO, as all non-residential zones provide residents with health and life safety with a separation. It's throwing it out. If you need to do these actually need fully intense study because this is as big a change to the IDO as the zoning change in 2018. Also, kitchen requirement, I submitted something 1,500 for full kitchen instead of the mess in Denver. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. We got your email and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Peggy Norton, followed by Russell Brito. My mistake. Russell Brito, followed by Sandra McCardell.
Mr. President, councilors, thank you. I'm a neighbor in District 2.
Albuquerque's housing crisis requires comprehensive foresight, planning, and action by this elected body. My neighborhood association's letter of support for ADUs is in the record. Today, I request that you vote for O2254. I support providing more housing, both market rate and affordable. I support protecting existing neighborhoods with the context-sensitive rules and technical standards. I support giving homeowners more freedom and options like ADUs to house their extended family or for rental income if they follow the rules. I support the City Council's authority and ability to adjust and adapt our land use regulations based on facts, analyses, understanding, and compassion. Redfin, the real estate brokerage firm, reports investor home purchases fell 48% in the first quarter from a year ago due to interest rates and declining rents and values. But these same factors prompted investors to focus on purchasing more affordable properties, climbing to a 2-year high with a record 41% of investor purchases in the first quarter being starter homes. Sprawling growth and pushing young families further into the desert away from existing infrastructure, essential services, schools, and jobs is expensive for everyone. Please support O2254.
Sandra McCardell, followed by Todd Clark.
Good evening, everybody. This is Sandra McCardell. And I thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and councilors for all the work you do and the late nights you spend in listening to all of us. I'm representing my company, Currency Energy Systems, which is a small local business. I'm also representing the Sustainable, Equitable Economic Democracy of New Mexico, CNM, which connects New Mexico's small businesses to policy initiatives of importance to those small businesses. Thirdly, I am part of an informal organization named the Hempsters of New Mexico and Beyond. And this is formed of individuals and companies hoping to build with sustainable materials in the state. Wearing all 3 hats, I would like you to strongly support 02254. Thank you.
Todd Clark, followed by Cheryl Gibson.
For some reason, I can't turn on my video, which is fine. Mr. President Davis and city councilors, I wanted to thank you for consideration of allowing casitas and accessory dwelling units in R1 zoning. My name is Todd Clark, and I live and work in District 2. Albuquerque is in the midst of its 5th housing shortage in the last 100 years. The good news is the market's been delivering 4,801 new rental units this year and next. The bad news is we still need another 13,000 to match all the new Amazon, Netflix, Facebook, and Intel jobs, many of which have been announced but have not yet started employment. I believe one of the fastest ways to get units developed is to encourage homeowners to invest in their community by building an additional unit on their existing land. By doing so, we encourage efficient development where infrastructure currently exists. We add values to homes. Single-family lots sell for $50,000 plus, and apartment land sells for $25,000 per unit. We create naturally affordable housing owned by local landlords. We allow families to create multi-generational communities where their kids, grandkids, parents, and grandparents can live in the same setting. We increase property tax revenue for no additional cost to the city. We create more diverse and interesting neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration.
Cheryl Gibson, followed by Tim Nisley.
Good evening, councilors. I hope you can hear me. My name is Cheryl Gibson, and I live in District 7. I hope you all had an opportunity to read my email of this afternoon, but I would like to state even more briefly that although there have been good statements in support of and opposed to O2254, I am in opposition. I understand that we have a severe housing shortage, but I do not agree that repurposing my neighborhood or other small lot, single family home neighborhoods as a broad sweep of rezoning is the solution. Highly stacked and congested infill that maximizes crowding, property turnover, and profits is not a recipe for affordable housing. There are other motives behind this zoning change than just infill to encourage the use of public transportation. Minneapolis changed its zoning This should be on the ballot. Thank you.
Tim Nisley, followed by Joanna Stein. You're muted, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been a community development professional most of my career. I'm in real estate now. I'm also on the board of the City Small Business Regulatory Advisory Committee, as well as the state's Construction Industry Division, and on the board of the Browse Community Coalition. It's been said very well by many people, but I agree with Todd Clark and the many people before me that this is a positive thing for Albuquerque. We need density. We need housing, and this is a great way to get there. Thank you for supporting this. Please consider supporting this. Thank you.
Joanna Stein, followed by Eric Sutton.
Thank you again for having all of us tonight. We really appreciate all the work that's gone into this over the last 8 to 9 months as we work through this whole process. I want to show my firm support for this initiative, and I want to make a specific comment against the amendments that are proposed for conditional use. Those types of amendments and making casitas and ADUs conditional will make them inaccessible to many individuals who will not have the thousands of dollars to go through that process, nor the ability to fight oppositional neighbors. Creating clear and distinct by right use for these types of housing will allow them to be accessible to more individuals and better achieve the goals of the Housing Forward Initiative. Please vote no on those amendments and vote yes on this initiative. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Eric Sutton, followed by Lana Smittle.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, council members, I'm the president of the Fair West Neighborhood Association. I was authorized by unanimous votes at our annual meeting this last April to express our association's support for O2254. Our neighborhood, which includes the stretch along Central between San Mateo and San Pedro, has plenty of experience with homelessness issues. And we believe that the proposed changes to the ordinance will substantially further the goal of creating housing. But please know that we are still very concerned that it has to be supplemented by strong measures by this council to promote affordable housing creation. I'm also a legal aid attorney who represents low-income homeowners across New Mexico facing foreclosure to try to avoid losing their homes. Sometimes that, unfortunately, is not possible based upon circumstance. And when it hits that point, I can tell you, my clients are terrified because they know in this climate that it's next to impossible to find someplace to go. Rents have skyrocketed. These are not people that can be written off as addicts or mentally ill. These are people who achieved the American dream of homeownership, and saw it dashed by circumstances like COVID, on the knife's edge of living on the streets, or at best living out of their cars. I strongly encourage the council to pass this, but to continue to create opportunities for affordable housing creation to supplement what can be achieved today. Thank you.
Lana Smittle, followed by Amber Fossey.
Good evening again, and thank you. And I know you've already heard a lot of compelling reasons why we need to do something now. And the Home Builders Association asks that you vote for O2254 tonight with no additional amendments. So right now we feel that we have to use all the housing options that we have, and ADUs and duplexes give us more options. So since I have 38 seconds left, I'm going to say I'm going to remove my name from speaking on O2277 so that someone else can speak for that tonight. Thank you.
Amber Fossey, followed by Terry Storch.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Amber Fossey. I'm a native New Mexican and a realtor in Albuquerque of over a decade. It is unclear if the modifications to the IDO regarding Airbnbs are wrapped into the Housing Forward Initiative. I want to note that myself and dozens of my clients are against any limitations on running their Airbnbs. The notion that limiting Airbnbs is going to suddenly create affordable housing is a ludicrous notion. People should be able to run their businesses as they choose. With that being said, I am primarily here to voice support of the Housing Forward Initiative. Albuquerque is in desperate need of additional housing. Many housing groups would have the general public believe that overnight, Albuquerque will suddenly become a metropolis of skyscrapers blocking out the sun. This is a scare tactic. Numerous other cities throughout the US have benefited greatly from allowing secondary dwellings. A lot of people also talk about devaluation of property, which simply is not the case. Homeowners that are able to add a casita to their property would see the value increase exponentially. It also does help fight gentrification by allowing people to rent out and gain the income or keep generational members of their family. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Carrie Storch, followed by Wolf Baumgartner.
Thank you, Council President, councilors. My name is Terry Storch, and I urge you to vote yes for the Housing Forward provision without any amendments. I agree with so many of the prior speakers who spoke about in favor of this. I have to say that I stand with people who have been homeless, who work with unhoused people. They are the folks I follow and support in this. They have seen what happens to dignity, to quality of life, and they need the housing. There's no way that this is going to support enough affordable housing, period. But I like to see that Albuquerque's finally pivoting to pay attention to housing, and maybe there will be serious money allocated to public housing, to publicly owned affordable housing for low-income people. This is a first step in the right direction. Thank you.
Wolf Baumgartner.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Wolf Baumgartner. I'm an attorney with the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty, and we support this ordinance. The Albuquerque renter community is in crisis. Affordable housing has declined 50% in just the last year in Albuquerque, and at the same time, the number of unhoused people in Albuquerque has doubled. Albuquerque Public Schools estimates that there are over 3,000 homeless kids just in the district alone. Albuquerque needs an additional 18,000 affordable units just to meet demand. This ordinance is a very modest start. We will have to follow up with so much more work to keep housing at any level of affordability in Albuquerque. But it's time to make a dent in that 18,000 affordable units, and this will help people in need. The Center on Law and Poverty thanks you for supporting this ordinance.
Let me give us a quick pause. I regret that it must be done, but I will make a motion to extend the end of our meeting for 1 hour until 11:30 p.m. if there is a second. There are a few. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to extend, raise your hand. That's 8-1. Even Councilor Lewis gives us the first one. As a reminder, folks, if we don't finish this bill tonight, it gets continued to our next meeting. But we're going to try to get through this. I think we have about another 20 commenters and then 11 amendments and discussion and a whole nother bill. So we're going to see where we go. Go ahead, Mr. Cornelius. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Meredith Paxton, followed by Ann Lynn Hall.
I urge you to vote against vote O-2254. It is unfair because its environmental impact will be greater in some parts of the city. Finding 33 in the January 19th, 2023 decision of the EPC acknowledges that there are some neighborhoods where demand for rental units will bring high concentrations of the tripling of the permissive R1 zoning. The EPC realized that this will be simply unworkable, but no modifications of the ordinance have been made to prevent the creation of such sacrificed areas. The neighborhoods where this is likely to happen are privately owned homes in valued social communities, not vacant land owned by city government. Since my neighborhood, Spruce Park, is directly across the street from UNM, we can expect an influx of short-term rentals to students. When loud late-night parties make it impossible to sleep at night, those who have early the next morning are forced to move. Another decline in the quality of life is in terms of personal safety. It is antithetical to the concept of neighborhood watch when it becomes impossible to determine whether a person at a nearby apartment is a new tenant or a burglar. Allowing so-called off-street parking to be on the street will make collection of trash much more difficult, and in some cases, homes are likely to become unreachable by fire engines and other emergency vehicles. It is much more secure for a person to have to park on the street and walk to an apartment at night than to have legitimate off parking. It is much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, President Davis and council members. My name is Ann Lynn Hall. I'm here today to ask you to pass the Housing Forward Ordinance. The ordinance focuses on ways to increase housing stock in our community while maintaining the character of our neighborhoods. This housing crisis disproportionately impacts low-income and communities of color. Please pass O-2254 tonight. Thank you.
Angela Merkert, followed by Anita Cordova.
Council members, I'm Angela Merkert. I live in District 5, and I'm a member of Sustainable Equitable Economic Democracy and also Alliance for Local Economic Prosperity. I am speaking in support of O-2254. We need more affordable housing. That's been repeated consistently here tonight. The research tells us that housing contributes up to 50% of stability in people's lives if they have stable, safe housing. What this translates to is people having more stable jobs, higher achieving children with better and more consistent attendance in school. Stability brings stability in housing brings stability and more. I ask you to please vote yes on this ordinance. It's a moral issue. We need your community leadership support. Thank you.
Anita Cordova, followed by Timothy Krebs.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition. I urge you to support O-2254 tonight. Doing so will create a city where everyone, whatever our color, background, or zip code, has access to more and greater variety of housing as a component of an adequate standard of living. Center housing as the basic need that it is. We must resist the urge to sustain zoning laws that are outdated, informed by a history of racist and exclusionary housing policies. Now's the time to ensure every person has a safe and quality place to live, that those places to live represent multiple types and varieties of housings for all people in our city, that we outreach to Native communities and communities of color so that all people truly benefit from housing investments. We must come together to rewrite the rules, update zoning, and build housing options that people can afford so all families can thrive. Thank you.
Timothy Krebs, followed by Shanoa Ba Stillwell Jensen.
As others, hold on. As others have said, Albuquerque is facing a housing crisis. According to Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies, housing costs in both rental and single-family home markets have skyrocketed. This is no longer a coastal city problem. Nationally, the 2021 year-over-year change in average rent was 16.2%. Among Albuquerque's peer cities, Colorado Springs, El Paso, Oklahoma City, Salt Lake City, and Tucson, the same year-over-year change was 15.8. In Albuquerque, it was 19.2. One might argue that we don't have to do anything because the nation in general and our peer cities are experiencing the same thing. This, however, misses the bigger picture related to competition for labor and employers, to say nothing of doing what's right for our fellow citizens right here in Albuquerque. Furthermore, if we fail to act and costs continue to rise, we lose one local advantage that we historically have had, which is housing affordability. Numerous studies show that
Shanoa Ba Stillwell Jensen, followed by Meta Herschel.
Hello, I think my video is disabled by someone, but I'll go ahead and speak. Good evening, Honorable City Council President, Madam Vice President, and Honorable City Council members. I speak in full support of all aspects of the Housing Forward Ordinance 02254. Let's work in unison with and for our communities. Vote yes to honor our people, bring our teachers, veterans, and community members housing empowerment and housing as a human right. Voting yes for 02254 will support the need for more housing of all types to address the giant disparities that exist between the Native American population and white population when it comes to unsheltered housing cost burden and low home ownership rate. The most clear, simple message is to approve the zoning changes that allow for more housing of all types. To do nothing will only exacerbate existing racial inequities, which are preventable and unjust. I know. I work with youth, families, DV survivors, college students, unsheltered individuals, homeless veterans at the First Nations Clinic, and many unsheltered children K through 12 and their families and APS who live in their cars. This will help our APS teachers live in affordable housing to educate our children. My students want to stay in Albuquerque but cannot afford the housing when they graduate from UNM. The New York Times in June 14, 2022 spoke about an incredible success story in Houston. The nation's fourth most populous city had moved more than 25,000 homeless people directly into apartments and houses. The overwhelming majority of them have remained housed after 2 years. The number of people deemed homeless in the Houston region has been cut by 63% since 2011, according to the latest numbers from local officials. And Houston did more than twice as.
Next.
Meta Herschel, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Thanks for checking it out.
Okay, thank you. My name is Meta Herschel, and I'm here very much in support of this proposal for Housing Forward. And I really respect everyone that has spoken, and I honor the city council. I can see that you have a lot of respect, and this is a very respectful meeting with a lot of input. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the citizens who have spoken. And I was going to say something different, but having heard other people, I want to point out that this is a time for change. This is a housing crisis in Albuquerque. It's a global housing crisis. When people talk about too much parking, the problem is climate change. It's the cars are the problem. I've been a homeowner in Albuquerque since 1994. And when I first signed my first home here, I read the covenant and it said no Jews or blacks are allowed. Sometimes we have to change. I happen to be Jewish. The real estate agent said, don't worry, the laws, but still it was in the covenant. This is a time for change. This is the time, and I urge you, even if you ordinarily would be against this, think of this as a moment that we can make a difference. It won't solve everything, but it would help. And that's what we need to do, make every effort we can to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Mary Jane Hicks.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council, I'm still Rosemary Blanchard. I testified earlier. I spoke in general comments. I live in District 2 in the Near North Valley neighborhood and am a member of the NNV Neighborhood Association. Happily, the Near North Valley Neighborhood Association supports allowing auxiliary dwelling units in R1 and RA zoning districts. Everyone deserves access to safe and affordable housing, and the Housing Forward Ordinance is a step in that direction. 02254 proposes zoning changes and allow Albuquerque the flexibility needed to address the city's housing demands. We are a city in which half the renters struggle to afford their homes and in which the number of unhoused persons has doubled. We need to create more affordable housing. As I noted in earlier testimony, the Housing Forward choices in 02254 both help us increase housing available to those at risk and support the extended family networks that are part of our tradition in this area. I myself hope to be able to benefit from the proposed changes to the ADU requirements, and I hope you will adopt them without restricting amendments. Thank you so much.
Mary Jane Hicks.
Good evening, I'm Mary Jane Hicks. I was born, raised, and still live in Albuquerque. I've seen it grow over my 76 years of life. I am not opposed to many of the ideas set forth in O2254. Yet I am opposed to the city council passing O2255 today. Why? Just a few of my concerns. I will highlight them. It is not fully fleshed out. It is very vulnerable to a large number of unintended consequences and costs. Voters, stakeholders, taxpayers, property owners have not been adequately notified of how this will affect the property that they might own. I only learned of this rezoning proposal on April 14th. And by the way, I'm not representing anyone other than myself. I find the permissive rezoning is punitive to owners in that it overrides the protection of restrictive covenants. Thank you. I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. It's written like a ready, fire, aim document to me. Thank you.
Josephine Graff, followed by Peter Zist.
Hello, I'm here this evening to show my support of Ordinance O2254. I support the conversion of motels, hotels, and office buildings to long-term housing units. I'm in support of allowing 2-unit homes or duplexes on R1 lots, and I'm in support of encouraging accessory dwelling units on R1 lots. Let's slow the sprawl and allow those who want to share their space to do so. I ask you to vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Peter Zist, followed by Katan Baharatia. Katan Baharatia, followed by Xavier Obando.
Good evening. My name is Ketan and I'm an architect by profession. I'm in support of the Housing Forward motion. And I would encourage the team, everybody to vote in favor of that. I have a quick story to tell. I had my parents come here last year. I lived in a wonderful neighborhood, Bareillas, and I loved living there. And I'm a family of 5 people in my house. My parents were here visiting from India, and I was trying to have the green card process for them. But I was trying to find a housing, and I could not find a housing. I looked at option of putting a casita in my small backyard in Bareillas, but the conditional use took too long process, and eventually I had to send my parents back. So I consider this is a good move for the city of Albuquerque, so the more people doesn't have to send their loved one back. Thank you.
Xavier Obando, followed by Michael Brasher.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, esteemed council members, my name is Javier Obando. I am the co-chair of the Committee on the Environment of the American Institute of Architects of New Mexico. I am speaking here as a 20-year resident of Albuquerque. I agree with most of the comments we've heard tonight in favor to this bill. And also, I would like to emphasize 2 points. By introducing duplex ADUs and casitas, we can offer more diverse rental options and a lower cost than a single family homes, allowing for greater affordability and especially diversity of income, generation, and race in our neighborhoods. And the second point I would like to emphasize is that the efficient use of city infrastructure such as water, sewage, roads, and public transportation reduces the need for extending the infrastructure into more sparsely populated regions of the city. Thank you so much for hearing me and the opportunity to speak before you.
Mr. President, Michael Brasher is no longer online, so at this time, that concludes public comment.
Mr. Cornelius, I think we have Raven Del Rio who signed up on Zoom. If that person is here, be sure we call them, and then I think that concludes the other list we have. Oh, there's somebody here behind us. I can't see it. Oh, hey, Renee.
I thought I signed in.
Give us just a second. Let's get to Ms. Del Rio first.
Raven Del Rio, please.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
President Davis and councilors, I'm an Elder Homestead board member speaking against 2254 as it could disproportionately harm marginalized and low-income neighborhoods. While we do need more housing, this amendment is dangerous in its current form as there are no safeguards for those who have made the biggest purchase of their lives, their homes. What's to stop developers from buying out poor and struggling homeowners one after another? A block of single-family homes could double or triple in density with no recourse for adjacent homeowners. In meetings with administration reps, I've directly asked if the city was aware of how much harm this change could cause to disenfranchised neighborhoods. The verbal tap dancing around my questions leads me to believe that they not only know, but they've chosen to ignore it. We need housing, but we don't need hastily assembled solutions that seem geared toward turning over and turning out residents deemed less desirable. There is no evidence that 2254 will create more affordable housing. This is pro-developer, not pro-renters or buyers or neighborhoods, period. Please table this until all residents are made fully aware of the changes involved and treat it as a major citywide change rather than a minor change to the IDO. Thank you.
Thank you, Raven. Ms. Horwath, you've been here with us, you're here often. Let's throw you in real quick and then we're gonna get to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Renee Horvath. I live with the West Side Coalition and Taylor Ranch. And I just want to say real quick that there's a lot of concern, and right now there's no support for this housing forward. There was a Survey Monkey that was done for our West Side Coalition, and basically it says that parking was very important. Do not reduce it in so many words. There should be setbacks for any structures on existing plots, let's see, should this be conditional, permissive? They all said conditional. And would this make things affordable? No. And what do you think the councils should do? Should they approve or defer or reject? And right now they're saying reject and do further research to figure out why there is an affordability issue. There's three things that causes red flags. They're saying that this is old, outdated zoning. No, this was approved in 2017, and why hasn't it made things affordable? We're currently building a ton of apartments, and I sent a letter that says we're building 49 projects right now, and that 1 out of 4 of them units should be affordable. So how is changing things going to make things better? So thank you.
Okay, councilors, thank you to all our commenters for sticking around with us. Councilors, we're back on the bill, and so we're going to get into amendments here and ask the administration to weigh in as we go through them. I know that Ms. Schultz has a presentation on amendments. Councilors, we also just have the amendments available. So I'm going to kind of go to the sponsors of the bill. Do you want a presentation from staff, or do you want to just jump into them and see where we have questions?
Mr. President, I'd like to hear the staff and the administration's presentation, but I think we deserve a wide open, eyes wide open discussion about this. And after we hear that, I'd like to entertain a motion to perhaps have a continuance. But I would definitely like to hear the staff reports at this time.
Let's start with Ms. Schultz, or do we want to start with planning?
Mr. President, if the administration could begin with their presentation, that would be ideal.
If the administration has a short presentation, that would be wonderful. Mr. Griego, welcome back.
Welcome back. Hey, councilors, thanks for hanging in there. It's been a long night, I know, so we'll try to keep this quickly. We have a team from the administration. Just wanted to, I hope you have the, yeah, you can pull that up. So I know some of you have seen this, but we have added some new information, largely in response to some of the questions we've heard from all of you, but also we've tried to respond to some of the feedback we've heard from community members. So, so how did we get here? Despite, I think, a lot of fear, we really have done a ton of research to figure out how we got here. We've talked to industry folks, we've talked to, we've asked people to do research, we've done research, we've looked all across the country for models, and we've looked at data about what the gap is. So I just want you to feel good, and if you don't feel good about it, please go to the website and look at the 200+ sources of research all across the country we've looked at about what are other cities doing to help solve this problem, which we're all having as cities across America. So Next slide, please. I just want to remind folks why we're here. Ultimately, I think we all want, as you've heard many speakers tonight say, we are all just trying to get everybody housed, regardless of income level, where they live in the city, what they look like, and I think that's the value I know all of us here share. Next slide. We really do. The data is clear. We have from several studies that we've commissioned that's out there, national data, that the rough number is 30,000 units. That's what we heard several people talk about. You've heard numbers around what's happening to rent. In Albuquerque, half of renters, and this is a really important number, half of renters are spending more than 30% of household income on rent. That's not sustainable. Many more spend almost half their income. We can't have a vibrant economy. We can't have safety if people are spending half their income on rent. I know there's some differences on what our point-in-time count is and what that homeless population is, but a very modest estimate, 1,300 homeless folks are experiencing homelessness at any night. The numbers are as high as 5,000 or 6,000, as you've heard. I think the one thing I really appreciate the homeless presentation because it reminded all of us that there's a serious problem that we all have to deal with, and it's not just the homeless population, it's a lot of folks who can't find rentals. Just to keep us moving, we can skip the statistics on the next slide, that's okay, and go to the research. I just want to tell you how we came up with, and I really hope you'll read that report on the website, on the city website. We had Dr. Krebs, who is an expert on urban politics and policy, look at the research all around the country. There's 200 sources there, so you know how we came up with these ideas. We also just looked at what works historically, and there's a lot of research in that report if you look online. And then finally, we did talk to lots of community members. I think it's rare, I don't know if anyone else is struck by this, the fact that you have NAOP and the Center for Law and Poverty, the Homeless Coalition. It's a very diverse group of folks who are supporting us, and the reason is they all acknowledge we have a problem. I don't disparage the neighborhood leaders, I get it, but the diversity and the support I think should be noted. And yes, we talked to a lot of industry folks because we don't know, those of us who aren't developers, who aren't construction folks, who aren't nonprofit housing providers, we needed their input. The next slide is really, really important, and I know that that many of you said, okay, well, what about neighborhoods? And you've heard from a lot of them tonight. And I, in my experience, having sat up there where you're all set, like this is probably the most input we've had on any proposal that started way back last year. We've had at least 16 meetings. We probably forgot a lot of them. So despite what you're hearing about input, we started way back in November. Our planning department folks, council has been talking to folks. We've had numerous public meetings. There's a list of them there. I hope you, I'm happy to share this with you all. And we're going to continue to talk to folks. By the way, this doesn't include all of the correspondence we've received in the mayor's office, all of the individual conversations that our planning team and all of us have received with folks just answering questions. And many of you have had questions. We've tried our best to answer those. So ultimately, what are we trying to do? As many folks have said, is just we have a modest goal of adding 5,000. That's what the mayor is trying to get at with a lot of these initiatives. We know that none of these are going to solve the whole problem. ADUs are not going to take care of everything. If you support increasing density by adding duplexes, that's also not going to solve it. If we increase building heights and loosen some parking requirements and really make some incentives available for affordable housing, that's not going to solve it either. Together, we hope to make a dent in it, and most of this is going to be the market taking care of it. So one of the key provisions, I know Shannon will talk about this, one of the zone changes that we're asking for y'all to consider is allowing this conversion of hotel properties. Director Pearson and her team have worked really hard on the first one. We hope it'll be the one of several examples of us converting hotels for not just for supportive housing, but for mixed income and for diverse populations. And I like what Carol says, we want there to be a diversity of folks living there, is that you don't really know what your neighbor, if your neighbor's a teacher or if your neighbor's just really kind of getting back on their feet, because it doesn't matter, everybody needs housing. So I want to just give an update on nuisance abatement, because I know you can keep I know, Garrett, I'm moving pretty quickly if you want to keep going with me, but nuisance abatement was part of our strategy. So we're talking about zoning tonight, but I want us to remind you, this is a bigger package than just zone changes. One of the things that you all passed, I think unanimously a few weeks ago, was expanding the administration's ability to go after nuisance properties because we need to in a way that's responsible and protects people's rights, and because some of these problem properties we hope we can convert into more housing, and that's one of the goals that we have in this strategy. Finally, we also learned from experts here and nationally that we're all facing a labor market shortage, so we also are committing as the administration to work with our partners at CNM, with the building trades, with anybody who will work with us to help build out the labor force that we're going to need, whether it's casitas or duplexes or helping build some of this affordable housing, and we're working on that as well. These are all elements of the plan. It's not just zone changes. It's really trying to think really constructively about how we get there. I wanted just to give you an update on the access piece, because one of the things we committed to you early on is we're not just going to think about the supply. We're going to think about how do we get people who are trying to use vouchers, who are just trying to get housing now. What are we doing to support them? And we had mentioned 4 things. If you go to the next slide, Garrett. You had already passed source of income requirements. Is really we hope, and our team is enforcing, making sure people aren't discriminated against when they're trying to use those vouchers. Carol's team, and we'll hear more about this from Devin, is this fund that the council, that was part of the source of income legislation, that said we need to come up with a way to make sure that we're helping that whole transaction between a landlord and tenant be more productive if there are challenges around risk and security deposits and potential damage. And I think they've come up with a great suggestion, and I'll let Devin and her team talk about that, and Carol. And then I know we don't want to talk about short-term rentals, but I just did want to say the reason why it's even part of this is again, looking at cities across the country, one of the small ways we can try to keep as much supply available as possible is to put reasonable limits on short-term rentals. We're trying our best to work with with the owners, and we're hoping that'll help us solve the problem. Ultimately, you get to decide whether you think it should be part of the solution or not. And then finally, even though a lot of tenant protections I know haven't gotten a lot of traction here, we appreciate those of you who supported them. We're going to continue. The administration is committed to try to find ways to help tenants access housing with the existing housing stock, but going forward as well. And I just want to turn it over to Director Pierce to talk about things we're already doing to keep people housed, and also this new program. So I'll turn it over to Carol.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, counselors. Just wanted to highlight some of the work that we're doing in our health and social service centers that many of you are familiar with. We've really doubled the amount of money that we have working with people to keep people in their homes, and that's really what matters. And $1 million's been invested, 1,500 keep people in place, and we've invested another $1 million. We also continue, and we've done this for the last 3 years, have court outreach for eviction prevention, and this is where we have workers, they're doing it either Zoom or on site, where people are going to court and we're connecting them to resources so they're not being evicted. And then also with some of our resources, what we're doing, often a barrier for people to get into housing, and that's whether it's vouchers or it's people low income without vouchers, are needing some of the household items, beds, et cetera. And we've really been able to make some of those purchases to help reduce those barriers to keep people in their homes. I'd like to introduce Devin Kloster Mandel. She's part of our homeless prevention initiatives, who's taking the lead on our tenant protection. Thank you. And this was the idea that came from City Council, and I think she's been working with you on that.
So I'm just going to outline a brief overview of the landlord engagement project. So it will be rolling out in the fall. So FY24, we hope to serve over 850 households of permanent supportive housing vouchered households. So this is both city and HUD funded. We've allocated $535,000 to this out of the new housing voucher programs for this pilot program. Landlords will be able to apply for funds to cover up to $2,500 in reimbursement for damages above security deposits, $1,000 in upgrades to have units meet HQS, $500 in flexible funds that can cover things like pet deposits, utilities, arrears, application fees, cleaning fees, and other miscellaneous items. And then we also can cover up to 1 month of vacancy loss. This program will also include landlord liaisons, if you want to go to the next slide. These landlord liaisons will be social supports for participating landlords. There'll be 3 positions embedded in a community agency in order to serve these households and the landlords that rent out to them. These landlord liaisons will offer landlord-focused support and attention to help build strong working relationships with landlords, voucher participants, and the agencies that serve them. We are partnering with MFA to be our fiduciary agent to administer the funds and pay out claims. And we want to acknowledge that we are working in partnership with Kristen Carmichael, the consultant through the City Council, and Abigail Stiles. And we meet regularly to kind of create this program to see it grow, but this will be the pilot.
Thanks, Devin, and thanks, Councilor. So just quickly, I mean, I think what we heard from several speakers is the disproportionate impact that this housing crisis is having on communities of color. So just wanted to give Sean Melendez from OEI a chance to talk about a little bit about how we're working with some targeted communities and projects to really address homeownership and housing access in some communities that she works with. So go ahead.
Thank you, Council President and councilors. In addition to all the efforts you've heard about tonight to keep people housed and to think about how zoning laws could increase housing, our city has also been focused on home ownership as a strategy to help close the racial wealth gap. And one of the ways that we've done this is we have a grant from Living Cities, which we used to conduct a needs assessment, and it really showed who owns houses at what rates in Albuquerque, and two populations in particular really are underrepresented in the home ownership, and the impacts that that has in terms of the ability to use home equity to do all the things that people do when they have that first home and they can turn around and start building their family's equity and generational equity. And so we're looking at increasing Black homeownership by 5%, and that amounts to 41 new homeowners in Albuquerque, would make a difference in the Black homeownership rate in Albuquerque. We have a second initiative from Opportunity Accelerator. This is another national network that is concerned with closing the racial wealth gap, and they're helping us to conduct additional research to see what is it about the city's investments in homeownership that is working and what isn't working as well as it should for the populations who aren't getting the opportunities that others have, and what can we as a city do differently to try to increase that home ownership. The other population that we're looking at that is underrepresented right now is Native American home ownership. So in addition to the huge disparities that you see in the unsheltered population, we're also looking at the other end of the housing spectrum in terms of Native Americans having a much lower home ownership rate in Albuquerque. And what can we do to change that picture? Albuquerque is a second home to many, many people who choose to live here and maintain their residence in their pueblos and tribes, and for work, school, health reasons, all the other reasons that people come to Albuquerque. And so these two initiatives together are trying to bring information and then potentially look at sites where Black and Indigenous homeowners would like to live in Albuquerque and create those opportunities for those populations.
Thanks, Michelle. So last slide, and then we can take questions, or we can go. I know Shanna's going to go into some of the specifics on the proposal and the amendments tonight. So I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. So what do we know? I hope that if you take a look at that, we gave you hard copies, but if you take a look at the website, I hope we're not in dispute that everybody from Harvard to a study that we commissioned from the Urban Institute to the Mortgage Finance Center, we all agree there is a major housing shortage in Albuquerque, and it's not unlike what's happening across the country. I hope we can agree on that. That we also know from the research and the data is that disproportionate effective housing costs is on low-income folks, under-resourced communities, and some of the communities that Michelle's really focusing on in her work right now. And again, this is a fact that the problem is due to lack of housing stock. I mean, there is no way to get out of this without increasing our housing stock, and there is no path. I want to be clear about this because Shanna's going to talk about this, but we're voting on tonight, what you all are considering tonight, is we can't get there without making a significant changes to our zoning code. It's just there's no path. There is no magic solution unless we really make these hard choices that I hope you all will consider tonight. And the last thing I want to say, because Mayor wanted to be clear, and Lawrence has been clear, like, we understand this is a negotiation. We understand that this is a democracy, so we are open to suggestions on how to make this proposal better. And we've tried to work with you on some amendments. We hope that we can support a balanced package that makes you all feel like we're all part of the solution together. So with that, Mr. President, I can stop, or we can go straight to Shanna, whatever you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Grego. Ms. Schultz, council staff presentation.
Mr. President, councilors, thanks. I have a presentation that will provide an overview of the bill as it sits today to gain an understanding of how the bill was amended at LUPS. And then I also have a slide for each of the amendments if it's the will of the council to dive into those tonight. For now, I will just begin with my overview presentation. First, I'd like to remind the council that for text amendments to the IDO to be approved, there are 3 criteria, all of which must be met. So as you consider changes as they exist in the bill today or amendments tonight, you should be keeping these 3 things in mind. 1, that they're consistent with the comprehensive plan and any other adopted plans and policies the city may have, that the proposed amendment does not apply only to a single lot or project, and that the proposed amendment promotes the health, safety, and welfare of the city. Eric did a pretty good overview of the public process, so I'll just highlight a couple of things from this public process slide. 1, the EPC did recommend approval of this bill with some recommended conditions, many of which made their way into the bill at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting hearings. There were 2 of those in April, on April 12th and April 26th. Those were well attended by the public. Both hearings had amendments that were proposed and acted upon, which leads us here to the final step in the process, which is approval by the full city council. There are 6 sections in the bill that all do kind of unique and distinctive things, and I will just provide a quick overview of each of those sections, again, as they were amended by the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. The first one is duplexes in the R1 zone district. Today, duplexes are allowed only in the R1A zone district, which is the smallest lot zone district for the R1 zone. The proposal on the table in this bill is to allow them permissively in all of R1. The 2 maps that you see very small on the screen show where they are allowed today. That's the map on the left, and where they would be allowed in the future if Section 1 is to pass unamended. Section 2 in the bill relates to accessory dwelling units. The proposal in the bill at this time is that those would become permissive in the R1 and RA zone districts. What you see on the left today is where you can do an accessory dwelling unit with a kitchen today, because a small mapped area has a special rule that allows it. What you see on the right would be all of the rest of the R1 zoning in the city where it would become a permissive use if this were to pass. A couple of notes about accessory dwelling units, either through proposals in the bill or through IDO requirements today. Again, this would propose to allow accessory dwelling units with kitchens. There would be a new requirement of 750 square feet as a maximum. The height would be limited to the height of the primary structure on the property if that accessory dwelling unit is built within a required setback. They can only be constructed in the rear yard, so they cannot be in the side yard and certainly not in the front yard area. An accessory dwelling unit cannot take up more than 25% of the side and rear yard area combined, or 750 square feet, whichever metric ends up being less. These structures have to meet fire code and all other building code requirements that the city has. Some of those relate to setbacks, or what we would call a setback from the building code, about how far a building must be away from another building for fire safety purposes. The building code limits occupancy based on square footage. That's not a zoning matter, that's a building code matter. And there are parking requirements for accessory dwelling units of 1 parking space per ADU. Section 3 of the bill talks about exemptions of kitchen requirements for non-residential conversions. What exists in the code today is what we call kind of a lesser kitchen requirement for these conversions. If the project is no more than 100 units and it's associated with funding through the Department of Family and Community Services, what's proposed in the bill is to take the unit requirement and the city funding requirement out so that anyone could do these projects. Also in the bill, something that got added at proposal by the EPC that got added at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee is a new conditional vacant allowance. There's a zoning district in the IDO called NRBP, that's non-residential business park. As the name indicates, you typically cannot do residential uses in this zone district. What this proposal would say is if a building that is in an NRBP zoned piece of land sits vacant for 5 years, that we would then allow that building to be converted to residential uses. Section 4 of the bill talks largely about building heights. This chart proposes to show you the changes in the various zoning districts and centers and corridors that would get additional building height bonuses based on doing multifamily development or their location. Some of these building height bonuses are new. Some of them exist in the IDO today and are just proposed to be increased as an incentive to build multifamily housing. Also in Section 4 is a proposed new neighborhood edge. There is an existing neighborhood edge provision in the IDO that protects low-density residential development in the RA, R1, RMC, and RT zone districts. It institutes essentially a step-down requirement of taller buildings on adjacent parcels. This would be a new neighborhood edge requirement that proposes to protect residential development in RML and MXT. It proposes a very similar type of step-down system, but for taller, likely multifamily buildings. Another component of Section 4 that I'm sorry I don't have on my slide is a new proposed prohibition on any building height bonuses in overlay zones. So if there's a part of the city that's covered by a character protection overlay zone, a historic protection overlay zone, and I believe a view protection overlay zone, any new bonuses or existing bonuses for building height that the IDO may allow, you would not be able to utilize those in those small mapped areas. Section 5 relates to reduced parking requirements. The proposal in Section 5 is that if someone is doing a multifamily project and at least 20% of the units in that project meet the definition of workforce housing, that project could have a 20% reduction in parking, in addition to any other parking reductions that may be available to them in the IDO already. Section 6 is a different and distinct proposed parking reduction that says for general multifamily projects, so not talking about an affordable or workforce housing component, that just a blanket 30% reduction would be allowed to those projects, again, in addition to any other parking reduction that the IDO may offer. That is my overview of the bill as it got amended at LUPS and how it sits today. I am happy to dive into amendments if it's the will of the council, or pause for questions.
Councilor Sanchez.
I have a question, Ms. Schultz. During my meetings, I met with several neighborhood organizations on the west side, and one of the things that they asked me about is one of the individuals was talking about that they had extensive history dealing with these kinds of things. And one of the things that came up in one of the meetings is you talked about the conversion with a lesser kitchen. Based on the conversion with a lesser kitchen, that means that they can actually use a hot plate like you had displayed on the slide. The question that I have is, and the person that actually asked about this question is the amount of, if we're going to be under the hook by city based on HUD standards. So what she said is that in other communities around the United States, that a lesser kitchen does not comply to HUD standards. Therefore, they were able to force that upon the city, file a lawsuit on the city, and the city had to pay for that conversion if there was a HUD person in that conversion, because they do not honor a hot plate. They honor a full kitchen. So I need to make sure that we're not overstepping our boundaries by a lesser kitchen.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I have not yet heard of that HUD requirement, but I would be happy to work with likely folks from the Department of Family and Community Services to get an answer to that question. I don't have an answer to that tonight. I'm gonna look at the folks at the department to see if maybe they know off the top of their heads, but I'm seeing heads shaking, so that is a question that I can bookmark for them.
Yeah, basically, I just don't want to be in a position where the city is actually forced because we actually let somebody that is a housing participant into the house, and then all of a sudden now we're forced to push for or they're forced to push us, and we have to comply based on HUD requirements. So I think that's something we need to really look into before we get too in depth.
Thank you. Councilor, here's what I'm thinking, and it's up to the sponsors here. So we could go into Ms. Schultz's presentation on the proposed amendments this evening, and then I heard it might be the sponsor's intent to continue this until our next meeting. We also have 77, which I think would follow that probably wraps up all of our time. Otherwise, we'll probably have to extend to get through the presentation and then do all those. So just either way is fine, but let us know what the sponsors want to do.
Well, what we've discussed, Mr. President, given the hour and given we've still got the other bill, is we've got a couple of, I think, 2 kind of technical amendments in this group, or 3, is that right, Ms. Schultz, that maybe we could get those disposed of, and then entertain a motion, or we'd be interested in moving a continuance, which would mean there'd still be written comments accepted, but that we wouldn't go through spoken public comments at the next meeting if we were to do a continuance. So that's what we've talked about, at least with this bill. And maybe we could do something similar with the IDO bill, the regular update.
If it's good with the sponsor, Councilor Penny?
No.
If it's good with the sponsors, Ms. Schultz,
Not just
could
the
you,
proposal.
is it possible to pull those B3A and Bs out really quickly? Let's hit those for the sponsors. Let's get those technicals out of the way if they're willing to do that. And then we'll see if it's the will of the council to hear the rest or just push that off until our next meeting. Because I suspect we'll have to do them again anyway in 2 weeks.
Mr. President, Councilor Benson, B3B in your packet is the only kind of non-substantive, non-policy discretion amendment in the packet. If you'd like to discuss B3A tonight, I would also suggest that it be discussed along with B2, because B2 and B3A go in different policy directions. B3B, however, is truly just a technical cleanup, no policy discretion, just fixing some errors in the bill.
And Mr. Chair, and the neighborhood edge, is that also something that's more contentious?
Mr. President, Councilor Benson, I don't know that I would say it's contentious, but it is a policy decision of the council at this time. It's not necessarily a technical matter like B3B is.
Okay. I'm gonna move as Amendment 1, B3B. And I think Councilor Pena had a
Yeah,
comment.
Mr. President, you were asking for questions, but Councilor Sutton's had his hand up first, but I was.
I'm sorry, I didn't, I thought you were pointing him out. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
He had his first, so, okay. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I just appreciate Ms. Schultz's presentation. It was based on the amendments that we have in front of us and what this IDO changes does, right? And so it's about 80 ADUs, the building heights, the parking, the duplexes, short-term rental. You got it all covered. Those are the changes to the IDO this go around. I just wanted to say to the administration, have a lot of respect, Ms. Melendez and Director Pierce and all the work that you're doing. I was just having some real heartburn over just talking about, you know, all these changes to help poor people and as a reason to pass these updates. And I felt that wasn't, you know, that's not actually, if you look up with the research, and I'll have to look at all the research that you've done, but according to a study by the Urban Institute, loosening zoning rules does not create more housing units, but there's not evidence to make that it makes housing cheaper, right? So then it goes on to say that we find that reforms that loosen restrictions are associated with a statistically significant 0.8 increase in housing supply within 3 to 9 years of reform of passage or accounting for new or existing stock. So, I mean, it potentially, I mean, you know, it increases housing stock, but it doesn't necessarily help with affordable housing. And this is a study by the Urban Institute, you know, so I just want to make sure that, you know, we have that as part of the record. I think it's necessary. I get uncomfortable when the use of, you know, people of color and poor people is why we have to do this when it doesn't really show that the studies support that, so.
Thank you. Councilor Benton. And then we'll go to Mr.
I think
Grego.
Mr. Grego can.
On that point, Mr. Grego.
No, I just, I appreciate, Mr. President, Councilor, I appreciate the concern. I think there are probably about 15 other studies, including another study that from the Urban Institute from Harvard, from the Mortgage Finance Authority. There's probably 7 or 8 that all suggest that that depending on the zone changes, on how you open up the zoning, and that in fact it can and does increase affordable housing. Houston's a good example, but there are numerous other examples we can share about that. I think the point wasn't trying to use communities of color to suggest that that's why we should pass this. We wanted to make sure that the council knows that the zone changes are a really important part of this package, but they're only a part of this package. We want to make sure we're continuing to think about access, that whatever you all decide, if some of this passes, if none of this passes, the rest of this package is still really important to us in terms of making sure we're promoting housing affordability, homeownership, access to tenants' rights. So we just wanted to we appreciate the opportunity to this is a much broader package than zone amendments, although that's what are being debated tonight. So I appreciate that. Your point is well taken, Councilor.
Councilor Ben.
Yeah, and really good discussion there. I think that, that one Urban Institute report focused on the newly created apartments or dwellings. And when you look at the market as a whole, increasing the supply in the market as a whole will indirectly make more affordable units available at the lower end of the rent spectrum. So if you just think about that, that's just a basic market operation. But if we would, okay, just with the councilors, I'm going to go ahead and move that as amendment number 1. That's the B3. That's the cleanup of 04. And Ms. Schultz can explain.
Mr. President, Councilor Benson, this is B3B, as is in your packets. This proposes to make 2 cleanups that kind of erroneously happened at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. One, the word microwave got stricken when it should not have been. This was in direct response to an EPC recommendation, and the text from the EPC recommendation did not get copied over into the LUPS amendment correctly. And second, there's kind of a blanket statement about how the effective date and publication of sections should be codified. There are many amendments in the packet tonight, or potentially in 2 weeks, that may potentially strike sections of the bill, and so there's some direction to legislative staff to rectify that effective date and publication of section, depending on the outcome of the floor amendments.
Thank you, and I think we got a second from Mr. President. I'll urge your support on this amendment.
Councilors, any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1, say yes, raise your hand, please. And that's 9-0. So sponsors, we're back on the packet, but I think you want to continue.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion for a continuance to our next meeting.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Jones. As a reminder, and I think you did this well, Councilor Ben. Not that there's no public comment, but public comment is for general public comment at the meeting, but this is a continuation of this hearing or this matter, so we don't open for new public comment.
That's correct.
Or do sign up on the bill.
That's correct.
Yeah. So folks can still sign up in general public comment.
And people can still, of course, write into us and talk to our office.
As many of them have today. Councilors, any other discussion on the motion for continuance? Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to go ahead and get some clarification. If we could just make sure that council staff gives us a clarification in reference to the continuance and also deferral, just the 2 options.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, a continuance of this item would essentially pick the item up directly where we left it tonight, but in 2 weeks. And so because public comment has already concluded, the floor would not be reopened. My understanding of the rules is that written public comments between now and next meeting could still be submitted and compiled and provided to the council. Amendments could still be drafted and added to the packet between now and 2 weeks. Just no verbal public comment on the bill itself, but if folks were to sign up under general public comments, of which there is a 30-person cap per the council rules, they could still talk about this bill under general.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that the voices of the people are heard. I'd actually vote for deferral instead.
Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a point of clarification, because I know that we've heard this a couple of times tonight, and I just didn't want people to call or email with misconceptions. Short-term rentals are not included in this bill. Ms. Schultz, can you please verify that so folks are not confused?
Mr. President, Councilor Fiebelkorn, certainly proposed restrictions or regulations on short-term rentals are not in O2254 or in O2377. There's a standalone bill, I think it's O2369, that is scheduled to be heard on June 21st, that proposes to regulate short-term rentals, but not as a part of the IDO package. The IDO does not regulate short-term rentals.
Mr. President, thank you, Councilor Fiebelkorn. I caught myself after I said it.
Thanks. Councilors, any other discussion on the motion for a continuance? Seeing none, all those in favor of continuing this matter until our June 21st meeting, raise your hand to be counted. 1, 2, Councilors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1, 2. 7 to 2, that matter carries. We'll see that bill on the 21st. That leads us to 077, Councilors Benton and Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. 077 is adopting the citywide text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance for the 2022 IDO annual update. I move it do pass.
A second from Councilor Jones. Back to the sponsors.
And we do have amendments in our iPads. I know that there are people also signed up to speak tonight.
2, I think.
2 people signed up to speak tonight, so I'd like to go ahead and hear from them, and then we can see if we can get to the amendments.
Mr. Cornelius, can you get us through public comment at least before we run out of time, and we'll see what we want to do here.
Thank you, Mr. President. First up in-house is Evelyn Feltner, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Wanted to comment because my neighborhood, Inez neighborhood, is practically invulnerable to the threat of ADUs. This is because Hoffman, in developing our neighborhood, made horizontal backyards. You couldn't probably get an ADU in there except for 2 or 3 lots. What is vulnerable are the less expensive neighborhoods around us. Hoffmantown is particularly worried because their backyards are vertical and deep. I've already heard from them. Northeastern has already found that there are developers inquiring if people would like to sell their houses and turn them into duplexes. Snow Heights, as we all know, is primarily rentals, and Zuni, also known as ABQ Park, has 80 rentals at least, most of which have out-of-state landlords. These are the people who the ADU things are going to not help. They are going to hurt, and they are going to simply provide out-of-state landlords with more rentals. Please think about that.
Thank you, Ms. Feltner.
Patricia Wilson. I don't think she's here, but so we'll go to Peter Kalitzis on Zoom, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Hello. Please pay attention to our comments that Parkland Hills submitted. On behalf of myself, I want to bring up 2 issues. One has to do with the height changes. That's extremely crucial because currently, if you have 20% of the neighbors that have 3-foot 2-inch high walls, you can get a variance for 6 feet. We're encountering that very recently. And that's one issue. The other is changing parking requirements. As far as decreasing it may or may not be a good idea. But if we're going to do that, it really should be thoroughly researched what happens with other cities. I was in Denver recently, and parking, it's on-street parking, it's more urban, and it was challenging. Eliminating parking for electric vehicles doesn't mean there's going to be less vehicles. So if you could please get research done from other cities.
Rosemary Blanchard.
Thank you, Pete.
Here I am. Hello again, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council. I'm still Rosemary Blanchard. I spoke in general comments and spoke on O2254. In regard to 02377, adopting citywide text amendments to the integrated development ordinance, I want to speak essentially to the provisions that would increase the availability of townhouses, including in areas proximate to R1 and RA zoning districts, and the provisions that would encourage and facilitate conversion of non-residential uses such as motels into affordable housing. There are always risks in changing in a purpose, and I hope we will commit to making these alternative housing resources well-designed and supportive of family life. But given our lack of affordable housing, I believe this is a sensible way of turning semi-abandoned eyesores into residential communities. We need to do what we can to assure all our residents that they can find and afford a secure residence for themselves and their families. I hope you will please make that possible through your vote. Thank you. Goodbye.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Sponsors, by my count, we have 4 minutes to either extend or continue. What's your preference, sir?
If the councilors have the stomach for it, I'd like to go ahead and try to get our amendments completed. There's only 4 of them.
Nobody said no, so your motion to extend.
I'll move a extension, I don't know, half an hour. That's probably longer than we would need.
Let us hope that is longer. That's a second from Counselor Jones. All those in favor of the motion to extend until midnight? Any opposed? Administration, but whatever. They get paid way more than we do, so. All right, counselors, we're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll ask Ms. Schultz to give us an introduction.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, I'll just go in order that they are in the packet, beginning with Amendment B1 to 077. This relates to light vehicle sales and rental, which is a land use in the IDO. This amendment proposes to make that use prohibited if all of the 3 following criteria are met. 1, the lot is zoned MXL, that's mixed use, light intensity. The lot is 1/2 acre or smaller, and if the lot is located adjacent to low density residential development. Any lots in the city that meet all 3 of those conditions would not be able to pursue a light vehicle sales and rental use moving forward.
And Mr. President, councilors, the light vehicle sales, this came from a specific concern within my district, where, as with many of the older corridors, the lots are pretty small, and it's created some real problems in the district. So this, it's a fairly light touch, I think, on this amendment. Light vehicle sales will still be allowed, but just on a very small lot where it has a higher impact, it would be less so. So I'll move, that would be floor amendment number 1. And again, it reads on page 172 of Exhibit A, add a new use-specific standard to light vehicle sales and rentals as follows. This use is prohibited in the MXL zone district on lots that are 21,780 square feet, half acre or less, and that are adjacent to low-density residential development. I'll move that amendment.
And a second from Counselor Bassan. Counselors, any discussion on that question? Seeing none, all those in favor of floor amendment number 1, say yes.
Yes.
Raise your hand. Any opposed? That matter carries unanimously. Counselor Benton.
I think Counselor Lewis has the next one.
I'm sorry, Counselor Lewis.
He's ready.
Counselor Lewis, floor amendment number 2, you are right.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, Amendment B2 in the packet relates to a proposed new land use, a new temporary use for film production. Just, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, this council passed a stay of enforcement and some direction to council staff to contemplate a new land use in the IDO for temporary film production. Amendment B2 does just that. It establishes the zone districts in which a temporary use for film production could be issued. It sets a couple of use-specific standards that offer protections against the use. It establishes some parking allowances. Often film production requires the parking and transport of large vehicles. It follows through on all the direction that R23-130 gave staff.
And I'll second that.
Yeah, I move Amendment 2 and urge support. Thank you.
Councilors, any discussion, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 2, say yes and raise your hand, please.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Benton, I'm sorry, this one was back to you now.
Yeah.
B3,
Yes,
cottage
thank-
development.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 3, Ms. Schultz can fill you in.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, Amendment B3 relates to cottage development and allowed low-density residential use in the IDO. This use has a particular requirement that along the side and rear of any cottage development project, there must be a 10-foot buffer. In buffers in the IDO, you are not allowed to construct anything. This would create a particular carve-out for patios of no more than 175 square feet per dwelling unit in a cottage development project. That a patio of that size per dwelling unit could exist within that required 10-foot buffer. Again, this is only applicable to the buffer within a cottage development project. Buffers elsewhere in the IDO would continue to be regulated as is today.
Councilor Benton, you have a motion for floor amendment?
Yeah, I'll move floor amendment number 3.
And I'll second, or if several.
And, yeah, just also, councilors, this emphasizes that the paving material shall be permeable, because these are, it's intended to be a landscape area, so there are various kind of permeable. You could just have compacted pressure fines, or you could have the special pavers that are permeable, but that way, it's not just a hard concrete or brick surface. Urge your support.
Councilors, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of floor amendment number 3 say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Grout, I think you have number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 4 for O2377 is just a continuation for the barbed wires. And so if I'll let Ms. Schultz.
Happy to describe. Mr. President, Councilor Grout, this proposes to extend an existing sunset clause that exists in the IDO. When the IDO was adopted in 2018, it proposed to make barbed wire and razor wire a prohibited material, fencing material, in all of the mixed-use zone districts. There was a sunset clause established in 2018 of 5 years to say that upon January 1st, 2023, the Planning Department should go out and start enforcing that prohibition in mixed-use zone districts. This amendment proposes to add another 5 years to that sunset clause, so barbed wire would continue to be an allowed fencing material in the mixed-use zone districts until January 1st, 2028.
We need a second.
We need a second from Councilor Sanchez. Councilors, any discussion or questions on the barbed wire amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 4 say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? That matter is an 8-1. Watch the clerk to be sure. All right, councilors, we are back on your amendment, or your bill as amended, 077.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I think, sort of anticlimactic after our last bill, but we've come a long way on this, and I don't know if the administration would like to add anything, but it's our annual update. This is the part that is supposed to be easy, and it has been a lot easier this year. I think Councilor Jones and others who have been part of these updates would agree that they're getting easier every year because there are fewer things we're trying to tackle. And it is a process of trying to continually improve our zoning ordinance. And I think this part of the process works really well. And early on, we had a lot of amendments because it was right out of the chute, and we found plenty of things that needed tweaking. But appreciate the work of everyone from the planning department, staff, and administration, and of course our excellent planning staff here on the city council have been so great to work with on all these this work on the update of the IDO. I don't know if my co-sponsor wants to make a close. Apparently it is now 11:35. So, councilors, if there are any other comments, I'm totally open to it. But otherwise, I'll close and urge your support.
Seeing no other comments, all those in favor of 077 as amended, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Did the clerk count that? How many opposed? I think just two, right? Councilor Lewis, how did you vote? Okay, so 7-2, that matter passes. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.